Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, September the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thanks, guys. All right. Well, another gap, minor gap down so far. I guess the markets rallied just a little bit. We're in for a little gap down day again. So first of all, there is no trade of the week this week. The trade of the week is basically cash, not the symbol cash, but to stay in cash. So there is no trade of the week this week. So let's take a look at some of the action this morning. LVTX, yeah, still moving higher here. I don't know who the deal's with, but they got 50 million upfront payment. Seagen, okay, Seagen, S-E-A-G-E-N is in a licensing deal, okay. So they got a 50 million upfront payment. Low float, 9.3 million in the float. I think the company's that is the Netherlands. I think they're out of the Netherlands. Yes, out of the Netherlands. Fetch, FTCH on the way down. FTCH probably an all-time low. Close to an all-time low. Fetch is on the way down. FTCH, Citibank has put a sell rating and a $6 price target on them. ISPC. If there's any news I can see about this one. Can't see any specific news on it. YouTube? Yes. What about YouTube? Is it spinning again? Yeah. So what are you saying about YouTube, Casa? I don't see it spinning. I know there was a problem with YouTube on Friday. So you're not talking to me to refresh, Pepe. You're talking to other people to refresh, correct? Not me. Okay. CRHC, sort of interesting. CRHC is a SPAC. They were supposed to merge with it was billed as European's biggest lottery company, but they've called off the merger, and that has caused the stock to pop a bit. Calling off the merger because of market conditions. MLCO is gapping up on, let's see why. Citigroup has put an $11.50 price target on them, MLCO. AMC. So the announcement is that they're looking to announce it may offer and sell from time to time up to 425 million AMC preferred equity units. So dilution. Okay, there's AMC. I couldn't see any news on this one. GOGL. There's a pretty decent gap down right now. Unless it's just a downgrade. LESL. Yeah, they're gapping up. Actually, a pretty good one right now. They said that they're going to be added to the S&P Small Cap 600, and that is for LESL being added to and that happened obviously on Friday. That announcement must have happened on Friday after hours. Well, wheat, is that wheat corn? Is that, oops. the wheat fund anyway. You guys are talking about wheat. PPSI, PPSI. I don't see any specific news on it. Had a decent day on Friday. I don't see any specific news on it though. PLSE, PLSE, a clear, start typing better. PLSE, FDA clearance. Looks like there's a lot of resistance so into that 2 level. XPAV. It's like the CEO bought $30 million worth of stock on Friday, or was disclosed on Friday. So that's a big move for XPAV. And again, we got a ton of gap downs, of course. Actually, a few gap ups, a few more gap ups. Remember on Friday we had about four of these and about 100 of the gap downs. So all I'm doing right now, Lyft is still weak, LYFT is still weak. Of course, the nonsense that was GSUN on Friday afternoon, and some of these, well, not, this was really the only one. I was looking at JZ. Well, I guess the difference is that JZ, yeah, it had a nice run, but then it really sold off. GSUN, well, I guess it did sort of the same. Okay, actually, they look very much the same. Anyway, there's GSUN, whether it has another run today. There was no news on it. Just traders decided for whatever reason to pile into this one at it was about 350, no, 215. Yeah, about 215. So it ran from 27 to 95. Very difficult to trade, guys. I mean, it's a, comments from people, well, how would you have traded this? Well, the bottom line is that something like this is really hard to trade. The reason being is that you don't know why it's going up. Number one, okay, so I mean that is not necessarily why it would be hard, but there's no specific news. So at any point, of course, the rug could get pulled. But also every time it had these big pops, you in the back of your mind going, okay, is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? It's just hard to. Plus the spread was really really terrible. So yeah, I mean, if you took a real flyer, bought 50 shares or something and put a wide stop on it, sure, would have worked out. Okay, thank you, Teddy. Hurricane approaching Florida. That's why PPSI is moving. Okay. All right, guys, it is now 9:10. Let's take a look to see what the analysts are saying today about upgrades and downgrades. This is from briefing.com. Hasn't hit my email yet, so ADTX. Okay, ADTX is just having a bit of a move here. Of course, this was one that was a lot of traders here when it got up to 28, and then it just absolutely collapsed. But ADTX, probably no. I'm sure there's no news on it. Another low float, 1 million in the float. but again, I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, the casinos, you mentioned something about Macau and all that. Yeah, the casinos, LVS, Wynn. Look at this big, big pop for Wynn. Macau to reopen for tours from mainland China. And that's why, yeah, I mentioned the Melco earlier, MLCO, LVS, probably MGM also. Well, briefing.com is a little bit slow. There they are. Actually, not too many of each. So here are the upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. Have I spoke about LVTX? I mentioned it as the big gainer this morning, getting $50 million upfront payment. Other than that, there's not much more to, where it goes from here. Very low float. See a downgrade for Lyft, LYFT. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades, excuse me, downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Maybe get this into the YouTube room if they'll accept. Okay, one moment, please. I mean, with the LVTX, I mean, obviously it's a huge gap up for it through the 200. Well, I mean, it's through everything. I guess the thing to do is to take a look left to see where the next highs are. So we're at 585 right now or so. So it looks like the next high is 685 on the daily chart. So, I mean, in theory, there's still room for it to move. And again, a low float situation. Is DWAC moving? Why would it be moving? But it is moving. It is. RC, I don't see any move for DWAC. Unless you're talking, okay, I guess you're talking here 1555 to 1650. Very low volume though. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. I'm sure well, what's the market down now? Yeah, down, the SPY's only down one. So but I saw oil is down again. So I clicked on new from our toolbar. Then when I click on then dock channel bar, click on show more and sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is below the close of Friday. And you can just do, just look around. There is no positive sector. In other words, there is nothing, as we speak, over 50% from Friday's close. So, in for another one of those days, guys, get used to it. We're getting used to it. But I'll look at this, maybe at 10, 10:15, and I'll look at it in a different way. The change from the open. So we could still, for instance, if we look at energy, we could still see every stock down from Friday's close. However, we could see maybe, I don't know, but maybe the majority of stocks rallying from the open. Okay, now I see the reason for this pop. Okay, so Intracoastal Capital reports a 9.99% passive stake in this company here, Addy Text. Okay, so that is the reason for this pop. They did a $20 million public offering last week. It closed on, I guess it closed on the 20th. Tenneco. Any news for these guys? Jumps after Apollo deal filed with the European Commission. So, but there looks like there's a ton of resistance not that far away for Tenneco, T-E-N. Oh, ape. I don't know. Nonsensical. That's all I can say. Nonsensical. But here's ape, another new low, all-time low. Yeah, Peter, there is no trade of the week this week. The trade of the week is cash. In other words, stay in cash. There was no specific stock. So I don't mean the symbol cash, okay? So there was no trade of the week this week. That happens every now and then. Steve just decides that there's nothing that he can see as an individual stock. The market being what it is, it's probably a wise recommendation. And there's Sava. Sava still hanging around that 40 mark. Sure it'll be active again today. Let's see if any other reports come out. SAVA. So this probably, let's see, Generac, motor and generator. So probably something to do with the hurricanes. Hurricane Generac. I honestly can't imagine living in an area where every single year you wonder. All right, guys, what I'm doing right now, I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in. MCW, Mr. Car Wash, Mr. Car Wash, not very much volume. See if there's any news on this one. So LESL is holding here, guys. It is holding. Going to be added to the S&P Small Cap 600. Guess that news hit Friday afternoon. You can see the mauve area right here. And that's when the news hit. And it's still holding. I would say in the past, in a better market, this is a sort of trade that once the market opens, you could see it keep moving a little bit higher. I just have my doubts in this market. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Lots of shares available. So I'd probably be looking to, watch this one, see if I can figure out where a top might be and short it. The next high looking left is 1533 for LESL. And let's take a look sorry, let's take a look at that strong US dollar. Yeah, there's UUP. Hmm. Rum just uh, Rum just took a big pop up, guys. Rum just took a big pop up. See if there's any volume on it. Not much volume. There's 22,000 shares on that. So RUM just took a big pop up though. I don't see any specific news on it. See if anybody else is going to be doing exclusive podcasts or for them. I don't see any news on that. Not yet anyway for rum. The high on Friday was looks like we're on 1365. Excuse me, 1364. This is for me anyway. This has been a very difficult intraday trader. Yeah, Harley. I every year I I don't know how you guys do it. Yeah, guys. I mean, I just have my doubts that this LASL is going to continue. So I'd be watching this one for a potential, especially if it cannot get through 15, a potential short. I mean, I know the news, it's nice news for them and all, but I just don't know if this market's going to continue to reward. Not a lot of volume right now. So yeah, the strong sector is the China Macau gaming sector right now. That is all probably all the stocks that have casinos in Macau are doing well right now with Wynn, Melco, MGM, LVS. Yeah, a little bit of a move for this chicken soup, CSSE. Just no volume, not a lot of volume. So LVTX is starting to fade now. Hit a high of what, 612, 614 or so, down back down to 554. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least it is not. I don't know if there were shares available earlier, but none right now. Not readily available anyway. In this market, guys, I mean, shorting the tops, shorting the pops, you can have very few stocks that are going to be gapping up and keep going. Not saying there'll be none, but very few. 1 minute. Thank you, William. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, as William pointed out, less than a minute, 20 seconds to the market open. Let me get rid of this, wait for my races to start. Now, I anticipate there'll be nothing in this, the large cap gainers from the open to begin with, just because no stocks are going to be meeting the filter requirements. So I'm going to have to probably manually start this one. And I was wrong. Okay, so I guess there were a couple that meeting the requirements. Rum is on the move, guys. Definitely, rum is on the move. 13, 13 lumen. Okay, guys, I'm going to try this. They said I'm going to build now. You guys were in the room on Friday. You know that when I connected to the simulator, it overloaded. So I'm going to see if this is happening. They say they fixed the problem. So let's just see. Okay, guys, Sava's on the move here. SAVA is on the move. It's looks like 40 is trying to hold. It's at 41.66 right now. ISPC, and a little pullback, a little pop now. ISPC, low float, 5.5 million in the float. Look at the volume, 4.4 million. What was the news again? I don't think I saw any specific news for it. Okay, there's the XPEV on the move. I don't have an absolute confirmation. As one of the guys at Trade Idea said he found this, but 30 mil. I do see the CEO definitely boost his stake. Oh, did it say 30 million? Average price. Yeah, here it is, 2.2 million at 13.58. So do a little multiplication. I think that's about $30 million. Okay, so he actually did it on Friday. So he purchased $30 million worth of EV XPEV. He's the CEO, chairman and CEO, putting his money where his mouth is, obviously. How about the other ones? LI, take a look at LI, see if that's popped. Yeah, LI is moving too. These are the three China EV plays. NIO, my guess is NIO is probably doing something similar. Not quite as dramatic. LI definitely though. I think LI had some news on its own. But interestingly, the news I hear is that it cuts Q3 delivery outlook. This is the news this morning, hit by supply chain woes, but it's moving. I don't know if it's just purely a sympathy play with XPAV. All right, remember S Pro on Friday? S Pro had a big day. Got up to 313. I'm sorry, that was Thursday. Closed at 221. Tried a little bit again. So what I do is I would put a price alert around 237. 244 or so to see if it can take that out later on. If it doesn't, because if it does, that takes out the Friday high, and then it might have a chance to get close to that Thursday high, and that is SPRO. Sava, guys, Sava is definitely having a nice bounce here. It's early, of course, it is very early, but nice bounce off that 40 level. Yeah, well, PCG, of course, was just horribly hit with all the 2 years ago with what happened in California with the wildfires, and I don't know how many billions they had to pay out. It's amazing they even survived as a company. Well, ADTX guys, nice move so far. ADTX, it is early, but ADTX, nice move on that filing announcement. That's I guess it's I don't know who Intracoastal Capital is, but they just slightly less than a 10% stake that they disclosed. 10%, of course, is the magic number. 367 is the next high looking left for ADTX. Sava's really on the move, guys. Sava's really on the move. Wonder if they're going to come out with a further press release. So if you're unfamiliar with what happened on this day here, that would have been what, Tuesday? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, on Tuesday, there was a report saying the SEC had dropped any investigation into Saba or something like that. So of course that caused the stock to pop. Decent day the day later, but then Thursday it just kept moving higher. But then Friday, some report came out and said, "Hey, we have not received anything from the company saying we have not received anything." So that caused the big downturn in Sava. And now we're seeing a little uptrend. What you see, well, Zen, exactly what you see on my screen. These races right here. Question was, what scanner do I use during the day for things moving up and down? Well, down I'm using, a real short Momo, okay, moving down. And also, I haven't got one here yet, but the 10-day daily breakdown. But as far as up is concerned, and I am sharing this. If you want real short Momo, I can give it to you. I haven't added it to the. Wow, look at Sava. I have not added it to the my homepage. All right, market is well trying to go positive. Look at this, trying to go positive. I mean, it is positive, but will it maintain? So we're seeing some little pops here from some of these beaten up stocks, guys. Look at a firm. Mara now, Bitcoin play, of course, is just at 10, MARA. Well, Sava is just something that I had thumbnailed, okay, Zen? I had it thumbnailed because it was so active last week. So I only have 4 thumbnail charts. So, that's the reason why I could see Sava. I think it's probably a good idea. Either put it in a your my liked symbol list, or have a few thumbnail charts so you can keep an eye on the ones that have been super active. Because sometimes you just will not get necessarily an alert from here, as you saw. Sava is not here, but it's just having the awareness of what happened over the last few days with a certain stock. Look at Frey, guys. FREY, EV play. Let's see, the high on Friday was 1488, so it's almost there. And then the high of Thursday was way up here at 1670. This was a real mover from here, from about let's see, the beginning of August. Had a nice move, a little pullback, and then a big pop. LVTX looks like it is giving it up. Well, not looks like, it is definitely giving it up. For how long? I don't know, but LVTX giving it up. Well, Melco, guys, MLCO, this is kind of the one right now. So the resort, the casino stocks in Macau, getting a boost here. This is the news for it. Macau to reopen for tourists from mainland China. But it is early. I mean, look how whippy look at this one, TCOM. I know somebody was mentioning it, TCOM, up to 28.14, back down to 27.64. ALLK, guys, ALLK on the move. You can see it right here. On the move here, the high looking left, looks like it's almost there. 613 is the next high looking left, and after that, it is 631. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Lots of volume coming in. Not a crazy low float, not high, 30 million in the float. Another one on the move, didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. HLGN. Highs looking left are around a little over 2, around 215 or so. See if there's any, I don't see any specific news on it. So a little disconnect in the market right now, a little disconnect. And again, it's super early, but the Dow is down, SPY is down a little, but the NASDAQ's up. So a little bit of a disconnect. So tech stocks, or we'll call them the growth stocks versus value stocks. You know what I forgot to look at is, which is that one? Take a look at LESL. Okay, LESL is kind of holding in here. Again, their news being added to the S&P Small Cap 600. So you can see that was the reaction Friday afternoon after the market closed. That is, I guess, when the announcement was made. I still have my doubts that this is going to continue higher. The next high looking left is 1526. I think it could, really struggle, number one, to get through 15. And also, I just don't think the market has the appetite for news like this right now to sustain the move. All right, guys, OHI. Didn't see this one really in the pre-market. What's the volume like? Yeah, volume's picking up. Through the 200-day moving average, OHI, through the 200-day moving average. And let's see, looking left. Yeah, actually, guys, a lot of room here. Fair amount of room. 29.17 right now for it. And the next low looking left is 28.63 for OHI. Is it really? Is it showing up here? SHPH? I don't see it. I took it off my watch list actually. Yeah, it is though. You're right. It is on the move. Guys, I'm continuing to watch this LASL. See this 1480 mark. All right, guys, I am, see if there's anything happening. Some of my thumbnail charts. ISPC. There's a VIA actually. Yeah, I'm gonna forget about this one. I know it's showing up on the race, but okay, guys, I've taken a short on this LASL. Okay, just one. It's sort of a tester. In at 1482 on it, so I just wanted to, it's just sort of a tester short, and it gets anywhere, it gets into the 1490s, I'm gone. Just it's seems to be struggling right now. I know I mentioned HLGN. Why is it going up? Yeah, I don't see it, any reason for it. I'm scouring my headlines. I don't see any reason for it. Yeah, the next high, as I mentioned, was about 213. So got a little bit of room, of course, on a percentage basis. If it got to anywhere close to 213 from 170, that'd be awesome. But all right, guys. Well, the LASL is, let's see, working against me right now. Again, this is sort of a, I just wanted to make sure I could get into it if it ever did have the move down. I could always add to my position if it does have a move down. That's some big moves, guys, some big percentage moves, things that didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Here's another one, Momo, I think a China stock. Yeah, another China stock. Let's take a look at KWeb to see what China, overall China stocks are doing. Yeah, so KWeb is positive. That's the best you can say about it, I guess. All right, I'm going to try something here, guys. All right, SHPH popped up, had the pullback all the way back down to 616. This is why, I mean, things, trying to trade in the first 15 minutes, be pretty tough sometimes. Look at that. 660 and now down. I know it's past the first 15, but things are still very, very whippy. Certain stocks, of course, are very, very whippy. Okay, Shady mentioned S Pro. I do still have a price alert. I mean, that's far away. I understand. 241. I haven't seen, remember this one, this crazy one, Dog Z, DOGZ. Haven't seen this one for a while. This one got up to a while back, 662, China stock, and they just absolutely tanked, trying to make a little bit of a comeback. Not a crazy low float, 23 million in the float. Okay, guys, I'm just maybe going to get out of this LASL. I'm just watching it now to see if it gets into the 90s. 90s gets me out. And this is what you would call a field trade, okay? I mean, there's no, but with the market doing this, it's probably helping it a bit. Okay, guys, that took me out of the trade. I will take a look at it later to see if it gets back down to that maybe that 477 mark. Depends what the market does. Boy, Melco is still strong, guys. MLCO is still strong. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that won races early to see what they're doing. Any pullbacks? How's Real doing right here? REAL. Let's take a look. Another beaten up stock. 180 is the next high. So it doesn't really interest me. What are my thoughts on it? Are you in this one, Nick? It's had a big pullback now. I mean, understand this was 610. Now it's back down to 487. 9.3 million in the float. So it's a pretty low float. I mean, the news is, on the surface, it looks good. $50 million payment upfront. But, until it stops moving, I mean, maybe it stopped moving down now. To me, I would probably have to take out 5 before I'd get interested in it. We saw this with another stock last week. I can't remember which one it was. I think they got a $66 million upfront payment. It looked really good. And then it just, gave it up most of the day. And the next 2 days really did nothing. I mean, it is touching the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You know, that's one of Steve Gomez's big deals. It touched it. Maybe it'll bounce off it, but I probably have to wait for that 15-minute candle to close to see if that is truly going to happen. And that is for LVTX. But it's a pretty, you know, on a percentage basis, you know, got up to 610 and down to 475. It's, you know, it's a pretty big percentage drop. How's XPEV doing after that? You see, look at this. I mean, you would have thought that, okay, great, you know, seemingly great news. CEO, you know, puts another 30 million of his own money in on Friday, verified. But look at this. I mean, look how difficult this one has been to try to trade. So again, there's that 10 SMA, that blue line on my 15-minute chart for LVTX. That is the 10 SMA, and it touched it, 1474. Will it hold it? That's the big thing. I mean, the market, I don't think the market really, I mean, these sort of stocks don't really care what the market's doing. They're kind of trading more or less on their own. Yeah, the FFIE, my reservations about this one, 115, 125, those are the next highs looking left in that area. So it doesn't just, you know, just for me anyway, doesn't have enough room to move till it hits those next highs. So, you know, that's my part of my trading plan. I won't take a trade if I see a next high on the daily chart too close. Doesn't mean it's not going to just race right through it, but you got to have some sort of a trading plan. Momo kept going, guys. Momo, the next high looking left for this one is 497, so that's not that far away for Momo. You're going to see a lot of charts that look like this. Of course, any chart that's had with a green candle, probably of over the last well, at least week, you're going to see some red candles. So they're going to be approaching those next highs, probably pretty closely, or all right. So this one has some room. BEKE has some room. When you look left, the next high looking left is 1795. So it's about $1 away from the next high, I believe. Yeah, 1758. I was wrong. 1758 is the next high. So it's got some room. Well, there's a mini answer right there for the LVTX guys. The LVTX could not, 10 SMA or the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart did not hold it. So If I had shorts available when it took that out, I'd probably be inclined to take some shorts on it, but I just don't have any shorts available for it. Here's that China education stock, TAL. Remember these days it had that big run from where right down here, $1.50, got up to 3, pulled back a little bit, but it had a big run. Had a big run here from 436 up to 671, few days. Yeah, Melco continues to be pretty strong, guys. MLCO now getting closer to that 200-day moving average, 724. Ooh, TCRT. Boy, I saw this one earlier. TCRT. So the next high looking left is 214. That's a little close, but if it can get through 214, the next high looking left is 274 for TCRT. Not a low float. Not a low float. Well, good example of not being stubborn, thinking should work just because I think it should work. So there's the LESL, guys. You know, I got taken out. I was short this one. Took a very small loss on it. And now though, let's take a look left. 1532 is the next high looking left. All right, so HLGN not necessarily over. I mean, it had a got up to 194, right back down to 165. Big percentage drop, but looks like it's trying again, HLGN. Again, I cannot see any specific news for it. How are the other ones doing? Are they reacting the same way that this MLCO is? Yeah, pretty much. How about Las Vegas Sands, LVS? Yeah, pretty much. The Melco, though, you know, on a percentage basis, is the one because it's so cheap and yet it's moving. It really hasn't had any sort of a pullback, up 29%. Um, yeah, let's see if there's a reason for it. Obviously, the volume is fine. Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing it. It doesn't have to necessarily have won a race, but I'm surprised we're not seeing it. It's a big float, so it could have shown up here. I don't know what the market cap. Well, I'm sure the market cap is definitely over $500 million. Let me just do something here. I want to just open this top list. Yeah, don't know. Don't have an explanation why it's not in here. Well, interestingly, yeah, with the market putting in a bit of a rally here, especially the tech stocks, obviously. Nas is up 100, Dow is still down, SPY's up just a little bit. In real short Momo scan, usually, well, in the last few days, this has been firing over. I actually had to turn off the sound alert, but not getting too many more. These are the only ones that have met the filter requirements. And most of them, I'll bet you most of them have probably bounced. Nothing from Zach's bouncers and toppers. Too bad. Well, just as we were speaking, there it is. There's Melco. It's disappeared, but there it was. Boy, look at this one. NLY. Where the next low is looking left. Wow. This has got a lot. I think this has got some room underneath, guys. NLY. NLY, guys. NLY on the move down. There's not a lot of, I mean, the pre-market low was 2151. But PPSI looks like it's coming into some resistance around 372 or the 387 mark. G-Box, haven't seen this one for a long time. G-Box. G-Box submits new brand. Okay, whatever that means. No, I see. This is a Bitcoin play. Okay, how is Bitcoin doing right now? Little bit of a pop here. Okay, guys, this LASL, it's a lot stronger than I thought it would be. This is how they used to react. I'm very surprised it's reacting this way in this market. I know the market's high or moving higher right now, but we're in such a doom and gloom market right now. I'm surprised this one is doing what it's doing. 1532 is the next high looking left. Was it really? NLY was a split today? You're right. As of the 26th, you're right. Wow, a ratio 1 for 25. Yikes. Okay. That's why it's not, I was looking at it thinking, okay, maybe I want to short this one, but no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, which is typical when a stock does a split the day of anyway. Now you say a bullseye, somebody in our YouTube room says 1 for 20, 1 for 4. We've got one, oh, you're right. I'm sorry, 0.25. You're right, absolutely right. So it's a 1 for 4 reverse split. Yeah. I missed the point. I thought it was 25 to 1. Well, guys, Crocs is on the move a little bit here. The next high looking left is 68.45. So takes that out. Boy, it's got a lot of room. This is an AI alert. I don't talk about the AI too much, but yeah, Crocs on the move, guys. Crocs, C-R-O-X on the move. I mean, this is, this is what we kind of look for. I mean, because when you look left, the next high is way up here. So there is some room. I'm reasonably sure that this is market dependent. Okay, so market's moving higher, Crocs is moving higher. If this stalls at any point, if you're in this one, just be aware of what the market is doing. Boy, Melco's still strong, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. MLCO getting closer to 724. So this is actually presenting potentially a nice short opportunity. I mean, let's see what it does if it gets even close to this 200-day moving average. All right, guys, this one, DNMR, has got some room. Look left, it's got some room. 360.57 is the next high looking left. It's got a little bit of room on a percentage basis from 331. Let's see if it bases a bit here and then starts to move. Okay, boy, this one's got a lot of room also. The ENVX, well, I should back that up just a little bit. It got up to 1932 today. The next high, looking left, on Friday was 1923. It would really have to take that out again, but if it does, the next high is 2179. So this has got a lot of room if the market remains, reasonably optimistic. So I'm going to stick an alert right up here. Okay, I'm just doing something here, guys. I notice that when I get the simulator going, the charts were not quite as snappy. Look at SHC. Another one. Just trying to come back. Next high is around 781. Boy, I mean, you can just see if this SHC can take that out. Look at all the room it's got. Not a low float. I took my eyes off the LASL. Looks like this is it, guys, but I wanted to get it higher. So look what did it get up to? Got up to 1522, and the next high is 1532. So that got fairly close to the next high before it started moving down. Yeah, there's no doubt. Okay. Connecting to the simulator is causing a delay in it. Its charts are not as snappy. It's not the end of the world, but they're not as snappy. Okay, guys, party time, Party City, PRTY, another one. I mean, just look at these daily charts, the big sell-offs, and then, you're going to see a lot of green candles today if this market is like this, but coming into all sorts of, in my opinion anyway, all sorts of resistance. Sava is still strong, guys, if you can handle the whip, because it made it, but it, excuse me, it is still strong looking. I mean, if it takes out the high of Friday, which was 42.62, I'm going to stick an alert there. I don't know how to react to that. I mean, yeah, the float, big float. I don't see any short float percent right now for Melco. We don't have any information on that for whatever reason. Boy, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average, Melco is. I guess that was obviously the one. I mean, it ran from 6 up to 7 pretty steadily. One of our favorites here, guys, Ampex, AMPX. So it went positive. Favorites in that. I mean, it's super, I find it's very difficult to trade. So if you're going to take this one, the next high looking left is 1539. Is that right? Yeah, 1539 on Friday. Very whippy. Well, I keep looking at this DNMR only because it's got a little bit of room, DNMR, but just doesn't look that active. Not a ton of volume, I guess. Big float, 87 million in the float. The only thing that attracted me to it was the fact that it had a little bit of room when you look left on a percentage basis, but just doesn't look like it wants to move that much. I'm telling you guys, this Sava, if any news hits on this, hey, we just did receive something from the SEC. Look out. Not saying that's going to happen, of course, but comeback trail, guys, GOGL. I could not find any specific reason for it. I'm not sure if anybody mentioned it in their pre-market. the reason. I could not find any specific reason for this one to be down like this. GOGL, it is trying to come back though. Very spotty looking daily chart, of course, because it's based out of Bermuda stock. Well, for tax purposes, of course. How do I get the cursor to move on the charts like yours do so you can see right? You mean the dotted line? You mean the dotted line? Okay, it's just a just okay. Right click, properties. Right click on the chart, go to properties, and then check show crosshairs. Okay, if I uncheck it, you see nothing. So if I right click again, so right click on the chart that you want, properties, and then, oops, show crosshairs. And what you can do is, what I would do always is I would create one chart with all the indicators that you would seem to want on every single chart, plus things like the crosshairs, and then I would save that as a default, okay? And then if you load a new chart, that will be there. Or another really simple way is just duplicate your chart. You have something set up and you want another time frame, just right click and duplicate it, okay? Or duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, so when you duplicate it, of course, all the indicators that you want on every chart, all your charts, are going to be there. Okay, so TCRT is actually holding pretty nicely at that 2 level. But again, the next high looking left is pretty close, 214. I think it's got to take that out and then of course, if it does, it could have a nice run. All right, guys. So there's Sava. Again, Sava is very whippy still. All right. Well, listen, LVTX had a pop. Definitely had a nice pop here, guys. LVTX, but there's that 200-day or there's the 10 SMA. So that looming above it, but it did have a pop from 435 up to almost 5. But let's see what it does at that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Does it pop right through it? All right, guys, LESL underneath 15 now. And one more attempt at this one. I'm a little late on it. I would have loved to have got it a little earlier, but on that 15 break. So let's just see. There is that 10 SMA. Will it hold it? Plus red bar in the market. All right, guys. Going to go over my homepage. Try not to spend too much time on it, but definitely have to bring your attention to the fact that our promo, the big promo that we've got going, is due to end tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Now, sometimes it is extended one day. I cannot guarantee that, though. All right. So you want to make sure to take advantage of it. So this is what I'm talking about. So if you click on my homepage link, so there it is, the 17 months for 12. And you'll also get 25% off that. Well, if you take a monthly subscription, no, I'll talk about the monthly first. Well, I'll talk about the annual first. So this is the deal. If you take out an annual subscription, so standard, for instance, is $1,000, premium is $2,000, but you can apply a 25% discount to both. So premium would be $1,500 with that 25% discount. Divide 17 months into that, and you'll get about $88 a month. That would be the average you'll pay. Standard would be $44. Okay, $750 with that 25% discount. Divide 17 into that, and you'll be paying $44 a month for 17 months. So when your 17 months is over, you have the opportunity to do this again. The only difference is no 25% discount. Okay, so just want to make sure people understand that. But you'll still get you can still get the 17 months for 12 so again, if you take out a subscription today, 17 months from now, you'll be offered the same deal except no 25% off. But you'll still get 17 months for 12 if you want. When I say if you want, I mean we don't automatically put you into it's not automatically renewing. Okay, so that is the deal, guys. And again, the email says that it should be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Now, you can always go monthly. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply the 25% discount to the first month only. But if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. This is what you pay going forward, $118 or $228. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. If you're just starting out, though, standard is a great subscription to have. You can always, if you want, down the road, you can always upgrade to premium. So Harley asked the question, if your subscription doesn't run out until December of this year. So what we're doing is if you have a certain amount left on your subscription, we'll just add it. So you take the deal right now as it is, okay? You take the deal as it is, the 5 months, the 17 for 12 with the 25% off. And then if you have 2 months left on your subscription, we'll add it to the back end. So in other words, if you had 2 months left, you'd have 19 months. Okay, that's what we're doing. That's the offer that we're making to existing annual subscribers. Okay. All right, more information, of course, on my homepage. All these pop-ups keep coming on. So if you do take out a subscription, you must do this first. The let's get started, okay? You must do this first. It goes over the download and installation, first startup and login, etc. Okay, there are 10 videos. They're short videos. Take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it right here at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. There was no trade this week. Trade of the week this week. The suggestion was to stay in cash. Okay, so no long-term trades. The education section is right here. You click on my education section, my home page. So the user guide, we have a great user guide. Click on the user guide. And there's that getting started again. Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. It is in the getting started section also, but a little more comprehensive here. So know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and certainly know about stock racing. You click on the stock racing. I'm going to go over stock racing in a little more detail, but all the information is here as a guide, okay? So daily support session. So today is Monday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And it's rotated. So today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that. Chris is also in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then you can always head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for another hour if you want. Before I do take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there to listen to Chris for that hour between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. Daily webinars. So this week we should be on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. So you can sign up for them here. And next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's a great, somebody said it's only 33, but whether it's 33 or 36, short videos. If you're new to trading, I highly recommend you take a look at this, okay? And last, my scans. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So these are the two races that you see, the biggest gainers from the open and large cap gainers from the open. These are the two races that you see that I'm sharing. I'm going to go over them, but I have some other scans that I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the stocks that are, well, moving up and down in the pre-market. Okay, but I do have other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at. So save my link. Then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education. And of course, if you ever want to take out a subscription, it helps the room if you use my link and take out a subscription from my link, okay? Helps the room in this fashion. The room is free, but of course, the company's always interested if we're going to have a free room, how many people are in the, not so much how many people are in the room, but how many people take out subscriptions, and they can track it if you actually take out a subscription using my link. Okay. So Nick, it all depends on when you started the race. Okay, I start my race at 9:30. If you started your race at 9:30 Eastern time, it should look virtually the same. But you have to start it at 9:30. Otherwise, you're going to see some different top 10 lists. Okay, the configuration, I haven't changed the configuration. But understand that, I mean, the races are, you can, of course, start a race from your own top list. Well, if you start your race, because my race starts at 9:30, so obviously the very first, after 4 minutes, there's going to be a winner. Okay. If you start your race 8 minutes later or 15 minutes later, you may not get the same winner. Some other stock may be the winner of the race, not and the winner of the first race in mine may not win another race over the course of the day. We don't know. Does that make sense? So if you start your race half an hour later than mine, you will have a different top 10 list. That's why I always start my race at 9:30. And that's automatic. So it depends when you load trade ideas. If you don't load trade ideas before the market opens at 9:30, yeah, your top 10 list will definitely be different. All right, LESL starting to work down a little bit. Make sure, let me just do this, okay? I'm going to duplicate the, all right, well, let me explain what the race is all about. I mean, it does follow the market to a certain extent, but if I stop this race right now, okay? If I stop this race right now or did something like this, if I duplicate the race, okay, and now I start it, okay, notice I'm not going to have the same top 10 list because I'm starting it at 10:45, okay. I'm not going to have the same top 10 list. So it all depends on when you start. You start the race at, before the market, like at 9:30, you should see exactly the same list as I have here. So it does follow. I mean, it follows the top list, whatever's in your top list. But let me explain that. All right, Lessel is starting to work for me here. LESL starting to work a little bit for me here. LESL. So all races start off with a top list. Okay, a top list window. So before we had races, the function of a top list window was to be able to sort on different columns that you have in your top list window. And the columns you have is up to you. So in other words, if I wanted to find out the stocks that are changed the most from yesterday's close, yesterday, today, of course, being Friday, if I double left click rapidly, I can see that MLCO has gone up 30%. Well, I could do that, Roger, I guess. But the bottom line is, guys, like, don't get so hung up. And I'm not, directing this to you, but don't get so hung up. I mean, just follow the races. Whether the top 10 list is slightly different. Remember, the ultimate deal that you should be doing is maybe creating your own top list too. But I want to explain that. So again, if I want to, the reason for a top list before was just to rank stocks, sort them. Okay, if I want to find the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, or the most from the open today. The opening print, APE, 24%. Okay, so APE has moved 24%. And TCRT is 18%, MLCO 15%, etc. Okay, all great, all great. But how do you use this to trade? I mean, I guess if I could stare at this and see if the percentages are moving, so I could see what stocks are moving, but that'd be pretty crazy to have to do all day long, right? So that's the birth of the races. My races in this particular top list window, if the stock is between 1 and $50 and it has at least 200,000 shares that are traded and up 2% from the close, you don't even have to have, yeah, you don't, yes, Nick, it's based on this top list, but you don't even have to have it, you don't even have to have it up and running. It doesn't have to take any sort of screen space. It's just based on these numbers here. So if the stock is between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum, and it's up 2% from the previous close, whatever stock that meets all those filter requirements that is moving, you will see it. Okay? So I can exit that. I don't have to have this up and running. So when I start a race and I run 4-minute races, why? I pick 4 minutes. So you don't have to pick 4 minutes. You want to run 3-minute races, 2-minute races, 5-minute races, 6-minute races, up to you. I pick 4. So this race is now another 50 seconds to complete. Right now, what that 1.34% means is that since the race started, this has moved, Melco, MLCO, has moved 1.34%. NVTS now is just taken over the leader, okay, in the top position. You see how jockeying for position. If another stock, though, out of nowhere started really moving higher, look at HLGN, okay? You see, you'll see the fast moving stocks, the ones that are moving the most based on those filter requirements. And when the race is over, a winner is declared, and then it gets added to this list. So let's just see what happens here. HLGN, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it's a winner. And you can see that HLGN won 1 race before, so now it's won 2 races. That's why that 1 changed to 2. And that's the beauty of this, because what happens is it creates a watch list for you to watch all day long, okay? Automatically creates this top 10 list. And it's all based on the number of stocks that or number of races that a stock has won. So TCRT is in the top position because it won 3 races today. Now, it hasn't won a race probably for a while. It may not even be on here. I mean, look what it's been doing. It's been doing nothing. But that's beautiful, because now you can, this is what I'm saying, using the top list or this watch list, click on the symbols, okay? See what's happening. Maybe, maybe you're a pullback player. Maybe you'd like to see if this Avaya pulled back to a certain level. You want to know about it? Put a price alert. Or like the TCRT, not really pulled back much, but it's holding this level. Maybe you thought, you know what, if it takes out the high of the day, I want to know about it. Put a price alert there. The SHPH, click on the symbols, from time to time, and, put a price alert. So you don't have to stare at it anymore. But you see how it just automatically creates a top 10 list for you. So the beauty of it is that it gets you to focus on maybe 1 or 2 scans. I wouldn't have more than 2 races running. You may only want to have 1 race running. Depends on your trading style. And then you can focus on just the 1 race or 2, automatically creating a watch list for you. You don't have to do anything. It automatically creates it for you. And then you can just concentrate on those stocks for the entire day, rather than flipping around, clicking on all sorts of alerts. So, don't create so many alert windows that you'll get nothing done. You'll be clicking on alerts all day long, and you'll probably get nothing done. You don't have to look at what's happening in the background, Nick. That's the whole beauty of it. Just allow the race to tell you which stocks are moving with your filter requirements. You don't have to look. Does that not make sense? I mean, let the race tell you which stocks are moving. Instead of you don't have to stare at a big top list. You don't have to stare at a big top list. I mean, what if this NVTS, it's up 4.4% from the open, okay? But what if it really starts to move? You know, now it's 10% from the open, 15% from the open. So you don't have to stare at this list. That's the whole beauty of it. Let the race let you know what is moving. Again, it's going to look for stocks that are in mine, between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum volume, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If any stocks are meeting those filter requirements and are moving in relation to, all the other stocks that meet those filter requirements, you're going to see it. So you don't have to see the top list ever. Okay. Okay, so if you right click on the race, okay, right click on it and then open the top list and then right click. Remember, this race is based on my criteria. So then you right click on the top list that it's open, click on configure, and then summary. And that's going to tell you what it's looking for. Okay. Now, again, these are my filter requirements. Now, if you want, of course, you can change the price range, you can change the minimum volume, you can add some filters, you can customize it more for your trading style. You may not know what your trading style is yet, but of course, this is just based on this top list right here. This one, it's very similar. The large cap gainers from the open, it's very similar, except I added a couple of things. I made sure it had a market cap of at least half a billion, 500 million, and the float was at least 50 million and 500,000 shares minimum. So it's similar, but what I tried to do with this one is this is a very volatile situation. These stocks are very volatile. Yeah, they move up quickly, but they move down quickly. This is, these stocks here, because of their higher market cap and higher float, will be not quite as volatile. And that may be, something more people might want to see rather than some stocks that are very, very, very volatile. So that's why I created two of these. You can have your pick, or you can take a look at both of them. But any top list that you create, okay, any top list, let's just say you created your own top list with your own filters and price range and all that. You do it, and then you right click and you launch the real-time stock race from the top list. Okay. And again, I really encourage people to take a look at the user guide and the racing. Virtually everything I'm talking about is in there. Now let me answer two box. No. TI will not allow you to pick certain options that only pay for those rather than paying for the whole software. We only have two plans. We have a standard plan and a premium. Okay. FCT, I don't know. Closed-end fixed income mutual fund. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal on this one is. Absolutely, Kishore. Too many top lists, too many alerts, too many races. Have to scale it back. Absolutely. Okay, that's a comment from our YouTube room. I understand the desire to have as many, alert windows and top lists, and because you don't want to miss any sort of a potential setup. I get it, but I'm telling you, if you can just focus on maybe two races and that's it, and allow it to create a top 10, a watch list for you to concentrate all day long, I'm not, and this is not just for new traders. I mean, been using trade ideas for a long time. And, this is what, if I only had, one scan to look at, I'd probably just look at this and that's it. I'm not going to worry about, oh my gosh, I missed some other thing. It didn't appear here. I'm just not going to worry about it. Got to have focus. Too much is happening. Yeah, again, I'm going to keep reading Kishore's comments in our YouTube room. The feeling that you don't have many lists and you end up missing trade ideas. That's not the way. Pick a list, focus on it, learn its characteristics. Takes time to understand this mentality. It does. The fear of missing out. I mean, it's an overused term, but it's true. The fear of missing out on something. Oh my gosh, how did I miss that? It didn't appear in this race. You know what? It's going to happen. Are you talking about my large cap gainer or something else? If it's something else, I can't, I don't know why, but are you talking about the one I'm sharing, the large cap? Nick, are you talking about mine? Now, when you say my site, you're talking about my homepage, right? Okay. Well, you got me there. Let me download it from the site and make sure there's nothing going on from my homepage, I should say. Okay, so I just downloaded it, and the only thing you had to do was start the race, but however, let me just try something here. Ah, maybe I should change that. The reason I didn't, yeah, auto start at time. That's probably the reason. Yeah, I'll probably make the change then to have it start at 9:30. I didn't do that because maybe some people don't want their race to start right off the bat. I don't know. I mean, it's really, let me see the other one. Remember, these are just sort of like templates, okay? Not the be all and the end all. Just to get you going though, to understand what the racing is all about, you can always create your own top list. Just give me one moment. Yeah, okay. So that one starts at 9:30. Okay, whereas this one, I did not have it starting at 9:30. When you load it, you have to literally, click the right arrow, excuse me, and then it'll start the race. But it should repeat after that. every 4 minutes. So I don't know why it would go into replay mode. Yeah, I don't know why it would go into replay mode. All right, guys. Well, the LASL, I got a little excited there. I thought when it got into the 470s, or 1470s, it might start to really move down. So I'm still mildly positive on it, that reshort of it. Yeah, David, question from our YouTube room. For those of you who don't know, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he lives in Nova Scotia. Of course, Nova Scotia got hit with the hurricane on the weekend. He lives in the middle of nowhere, so he didn't have any structural damage, but lost power, like most of the. But he's okay. All right. Yeah, this. I'll hand it to them though, guys. The ape logo, pretty awesome. Yeah, he's in the middle. He's in the stick, so he'll be one of the last people to get power back. But he's got a generator going, so he was prepared. Okay, yeah, I will do that. Okay, there's my homepage link again, guys. Now, another thing, guys, if you're looking at your races, they'll look more like this. I always remember not to do that, but that's okay. Um, Why mine look a lot smoother when you see things moving up and down, a lot smoother as opposed to that kind of herky-jerky motion. Uh, Hopefully this build is going to be available this week, okay? Where it says use browser interface. This is not available yet. And because of that though, we should be very, very close to having the races on our web-based version, which is of course browser based, okay? Because right now the races are not available. If you're using our web-based version, the races are not available in our web-based version. All right, is this the beginning of the end for MLCO? 681 kind of held it. It breaks down through that. Maybe this is the beginning of the end. LVTX, guys, well, I mean, best I can say about it is that we've got all these top bottoming tails. The 15-minute chart, we did have that big topping tail. It looked like that was going to be it. It took out 5 again. But, just be aware of that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Here's your blue line. Now, I'm using pre-market data. So, if you're not using pre-market data, it may look a little bit different. In fact, what I'll do is just for fun, I see 501. I'll not use pre-market data and see how that, whoa, that's a huge difference. That is a huge difference, not using pre-market data. I like using pre-market data. This to me gives you a very different look at it though. A lot of times using pre-market data or not doesn't really affect it that much. But I suppose when a stock is really traded a lot, I don't know how many millions of shares are traded in the pre-market, that can really affect it. I'd rather see this though, because this gives me in my opinion, this is a better look. All right, guys, I fear the end again. Look at this. Look at the SPY. It was nice while it lasted. But now, the NAS is starting to sink. SPY's down. Dow has never really recovered today. But look at the market. Now we're 45 minutes, almost 45 minutes straight down. Another 4.5 minutes for this candle to close, and this is the big one. One of the reasons why I'm holding on to that LASL short, just tracking the market now. At this point, if I covered my short, I'd be basically flat for the two trades. I lost some on the first short, and right now, if I covered it right now, I'd be basically flat. But of course, I'm hoping that maybe with the market doing what it's doing, it'll really start to drag it down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. TCRT still holding around that 2 mark. So let's take a look at the larger cap one, see what they've done. So look at LI, guys. So again, you look at LI, basing kind of nicely. Maybe later on it continues. So, put a price alert, 26.84, see if it takes that out later on. Now, what can be really interesting is later on in the afternoon, as things really kind of settle down a little bit, and then all of a sudden, some of these ones that were flying high in the pre-market, all of a sudden they just, the volume dries up and they just sit there and do almost nothing, and then out of nowhere, the enthusiasm picks up again and they start to move. That's why, as a watch list, it's great, but also out of nowhere, some stock that, GSUN was a great example of it on Friday, out of absolutely nowhere, you know, look what GSUN did on Friday. I mean, I'm not saying this is not it's a crazy one, but at 2 o'clock, sorry, at 2:15, is that right? 2:15? Yeah, 2:15, that 2:15 to 2:30 candle, all of a sudden out of nowhere. Look at the action for GSUN if you can see this on the fit. Well, you know what? Why don't I get a bigger chart? So this is Friday, okay? Look at GSUN. Up until 2 o'clock, it was doing absolutely nothing. And then all of a sudden it goes from what, 27 up to almost 100, okay? I mean, it's crazy. Don't ask why. There was no news that we could see. Just traders getting involved in it again. This, of course, had some history. But the bottom line is that GSUN was not appearing on any of the races at all until then. Okay, so that's kind of you'll never miss a move. You'll never miss something that out of nowhere starts to move if you have this sort of a race anyway. Now, because I stopped the race a couple of times, my top list, I mean, my watch list is probably going to look different from yours a little bit. Not now, but going forward. Well, GSUN absolutely would have appeared. Well, it did appear here, on this one right here. Don't think it would have appeared here, just because if we look at the market cap, I mean, it's possible because of the market cap, because of the price. All right, go Lessel for me. But it certainly appeared here. Okay. That's what I'm saying. You will not miss a fast moving stock if you have this particular one, the biggest gainers from the open, because if a stock is really starting to move, you're going to see it in here as it moves its way up the leaderboard. All right, guys. Let's see, 9, 11, 18. So In about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. So, I mean, this is another one, guys. Keep an eye on this LVTX. Now, I like that 10 SMA the way it's presented here. If you take out the pre-market data, it's way down here, but it's up to you. But keep an eye on it. I mean, you can kind of see if it takes out five again later on. It's just kind of, it's been chopping around a bit. But if it takes out five later on, stick an alert, 505, stick an alert. In fact, even though what I'm going to do right now, just demonstrate how you can do this in the simulator. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button and I'm going to drop it right there at say 509. So it'll take the trade at 508. Okay. I want to see if this is still, yeah. You can see right now when I have the simulator up and running, and this is a development version that I'm on, okay? Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag loading the charts, so that's why I'm going to get out of the simulator again. But again, I'm on a development version. And you see there's no lag. When I click on a symbol, there's no lag in loading the charts. All right, LESL, where could this go before it hits some sort of support area? There's the next low looking left is 1466 on the daily chart, on the 15-minute chart. So there's another income realty fund, RQI. Wow, this one just getting hammered here. Look at this straight down, almost 2 weeks. Pretty tough to commit going long anything right now, guys. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, there's TCRT, maybe breaking out a little bit now. Okay, there's TCRT. Definitely, we're waiting on that two break. The next high looking left was 214, so it takes that out. Then the next high is way up here at 274. So if this can kind of keep moving, and remember, guys, when you see something moving up the leaderboard, you don't have to, number one, wait for it to be at the top. You know, it could be moving up. Click on it because this. I mean, people ask all the time, well, how can I catch these things before they're really ripping? Well, that's a way. You see something moving up, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. I mean, not always, will it continue moving higher, but at least you might catch it earlier. The other thing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you start clicking. Well, William, as always, I'll take a look at Alcoa, October 13th, post market. Look at this market now, guys. There's 45 minutes, there's an hour now. Another 4 minutes for this one to close, but selling off again. NAS is barely positive. So I guess that answers our question, will this market have a positive day? I mean, it still might. It's still relatively early, but doesn't look good. Yeah, it's just hard to commit to anything right now on bounces. I mean, there's the ADTX. It pulled all the way back down to 315 from 362, putting a bit of a bounce, but it's just really hard to commit. Aha, there's your ape. I see why. Now I see why you were looking at the ape earlier, Zach, showing up in your topping scan. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to pass some information on to somebody. Oof. All right, guys. Not much is happening. I'm not seeing too many stocks that are. Somebody was mentioning the Roblox earlier. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's trying to come back again, but I mean, so whippy. Now, what's the market doing? So we had an hour straight down. Next candle is trying to be green here. I'm holding on to that LESL short to see if I can move down a little bit further for me. At this point, if I covered, I'd be in positive territory in terms of the two trades, but nothing spectacular. BHC now. I haven't seen this one for a while. See, that was a nice little pullback, a little pop, continuation, BHC. The next high looking left looks like it's around, let's see, 810, is that right? 752. Yes, looks like 810 is the next high looking left, so it's got a little bit of room. And as always, when I say that, the next high looking left is a certain number. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, well, at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance until that point. So you notice the difference between these two races, guys. I mean, when you see these percentages, very rarely are you going to see anything in this one, 10% or even 5%, rarely. Ooh. Saw this one in the pre-market. It looked somewhat promising, the SJ, and then look at this. So this got halted on the way down. It just resumed. Are we doing a financing? Is that why we're moving like this? Oh, this was shortable too. SJ for me anyway. Not many shorts available, 14,000 in Interactive Brokers, but look at SJ just getting clobbered here, down 37%. I'm just looking to see if we see financing news. That was on your bounce plays too. I'm sure you didn't take it, but yeah, this is just getting crushed here. There's got to be some news on it. I mean, they don't usually release You know, this is it's out of China. I mean, it's just getting absolutely crushed. I thought it might have been a bio or something, a pharma, but it's not. I mean, let's just take a look at overall China, K-Web. Yeah, so this is, I mean, this is really getting hit hard. I'm just not seeing anything I like, guys. I mean, I'm just seeing too many stocks that, yeah, there might be winning races or moving, but they're just coming into what I consider some resistance not that far away. So I just can't take the trade. Well, Elijah, I don't know. You said so much for the FFIE. Penny underneath $1 now. Now, ILAG, haven't seen this one for a while. ILAG, another one that's popping here. Some volume coming in, low float, China. Let's see, what's the next high looking left? 193, 193. Yeah, it's just so hard to see on this daily chart. Yeah, look at the Ampex now, guys. AMPX. Remember this earlier on looked interesting, but now it is starting to give it up also. Next low looking left. This is shortable for me. 1042 is the next low looking left. All right, guys. I'm going to just confirm. I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. When I take my break. Okay, Doc Go, D-O-C, I'm sorry, DCGO. I guess it's got some room. What do these guys do? Mobile health services. Okay, Doc on the go. I guess that makes sense. Okay, a little bounce for SJ. Any news yet? Can't see any news yet, guys. Anybody find some news on this SJ? Looked like a financing of some sort, but hey, MLCO still strong, guys. Had the pullback. Maybe that might have been it, but maybe not. MLCO. But it's hard to believe it's going to really have another big move. Looks like there's a lot of resistance around 707 or so. So at this point, don't try to trade out of boredom. You don't see your setup, don't trade. It's that simple. All right, it is Chris. So Chris will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. Look at rum. I mean, look how hard these are to trade. I mean, this thing pops up to 12.96, right back down to 12. And these are pretty big, it's almost going negative here. So they're really difficult trading, guys. Very, very choppy. So right now, I really mean it. I'm just going to maybe wait in the afternoon and just see if something out of nowhere starts to move that we haven't seen that for whatever reason starts to move and try to hop on it. Haha, BHVN, what is this one doing? BHVN. This is the warrant. So BHVN, take a look at BHVN. All right, okay. Ampex continues to move down here, guys. AMPX continues to move down. Look at this move here. Again, the next low looking left is 1042. I'm not in this one. I have the LASL. It is, not too bad for me. Just underneath 15 on the short. $14.67 is the next low looking left, and then there's $14.59. Look at this market. There's topping tail. Remember that topping tail on the SPY, the previous, the 11:30 candle. It was green, and the seller said, no way. And then they just hammered it down, and now continuing on with the selling. All right, Novavax underneath 20 now, guys. Vaccine play, of course. Novavax, NVAX underneath 20. It's had 1/3 knocked off in the last week and a half or so. So now underneath 20. Going back from whence it came before the pandemic. Well, I guess ERA has got something. ERAS, Eraska. Let's take a look left. 864 is the next high looking left. It's had the pullback. But I just feel like we're kind of grasping at straws here, trying to manufacture something, which is not the way I want to trade. I mean, the volume is, dried up. Probably, actually, it's not a low float, 64 million in the float. See, look at the TCRT. I mean, this is so hard to commit, guys. The TCRT got right to the high of Thursday, 214. It got to 215, and that just stopped it in its tracks for a while anyway. Very hard. I mean, Lessel's starting to pay me quite nicely now, but I mean, and somebody asked me, I don't know how people get my private email, but anyway, or why did I take it? I just felt that it could not sustain this. The S&P 600 being added, small cap. Yeah, it's nice news, but with the market doing what it's doing, the market is just not rewarding enough. So that's why I saw this in the pre-market. I saw the news. I said, well, I just don't see that the market's going to reward this. Maybe, 4 or 5 months ago or last year, maybe there'd been a bigger reward and it could have kept moving. Now I took an initial short and I got stopped out, but then I did it again underneath 15. I was a little upset because I really wanted to take it more in this 1508 level, but it's paying me a little bit anyway now. Impacts, IMPX. Ooh. This is a SPAC, guys. But I mean, it's got room to 10. Obviously, it's a SPAC. I don't know if there's any news on it. I don't know. Are they so touching an all-time low ahead of the mer? Oh, that's right. These are the Harley Davidson. So they're taking Harley Davidson's EV, the electric version, and should start trading tomorrow under LVWR. Pretty tough time to be doing this, but LVWR. Let me just jot that down. Yeah, that's tomorrow. LVWR Harley, and that impact IMPX, if it happens tomorrow, will disappear as a symbol. Again, in another market, this probably, because I mean, everybody knows Harley Davidson. It would probably be met with some enthusiasm in another market. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there in probably about 8 minutes or so, maybe 7 or 8 minutes. Sometimes he shows up at 5 too, the hour. So I'll put the YouTube link in. All right, keep it. Take a look at Pulse. I mean, Pulse had some action in the pre-market. Very choppy. Look at these topping tails again. What does it mean? Topping tails. So buyers had the price up to this level. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers kept trying. One, two, three. Even well, on the opening 9:30 candle, the buyers kept trying to move this higher, and the sellers kept knocking it down. Eventually, the buyers just gave up. You know, for the next looks like almost an hour and a half. And now the buyers have come back in. Will the sellers keep trying to knock this down? And I'm talking about PLSE. It had some news, FDA clearance or FDA approval. Okay, so FDA approval. It's interesting, Melco did not win one race today. Not one race did it win. It was appearing here all the time, but it never got right to the top of the leaderboard. All right, guys. So ahead of my break, I've taken some of the LESL off, LESL short off. I don't know how many others were in this with me. Sava's on a bit of a move again. Again, tough intraday trader. You can kind of see that if it can take out Friday's high, 44.62, what did it get to today? Got up to 43.92. So it got within about 70 cents or so. If it takes out Friday's high, they may have a shot, to try to start filling in this little void here, which is up at 51. Yeah, beat. Yeah, I did not take this one. Had a pretty nice move. Christopher, I do hear the little pop.
Yes, you do.
Before you take over, I'm just going to
Yes.
show you what I'm talking about, okay? In terms of the little lag. Now, it's not horrible, but so watch when I click on, say, Sava.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see how it immediately loaded the chart?
Yep.
Okay, now I'm going to get into the simulator. And let me click on, I don't know, beat. See, okay, that if it's cached,
Yeah.
it's cached, it might, but let me try to click on something that I just clicked on the FTCH. See how long it took?
Yeah, I've had some of the same
Seconds.
stuff. I think it relates to something with the single stock window. I've put in a bunch of tickets, but they haven't gotten anywhere with it. But perhaps you can take a screen capture of that later, send it to me in Slack, and I'll add it to the ticket that I have because I'm going back and forth with Julio on it.
Okay. When you say take a screen capture, like what are you going to
Like just a
actually
quick
see?
video,
Oh, I see. There's no such
but
thing for me as a quick video.
but
It's a pain in the butt.
I think it has to do with, for me, it started in the 5.9s, and like the way the single stock window flickers is
hmm
what does it for me. So,
So, just one moment. So, guys, in the main room, I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room. He is there. But are you saying that when you click on, like, if I don't have the simulator on, it's fine again? I'd not really noticed anything with the single stock. Are you finding exactly the same thing, a bit of a delay in chart loading when you are in the simulator?
I'm finding
Or is it
it.
just me?
No, I'm finding it in general, but it gets worse when I have brokerage plus engaged. Period.
Okay,
Mostly,
okay,
I engage it with IB to test. I have a small account with IB still, and so I do some testing through there,
okay,
and that's whenever I'm connected to it there, that's when I see the issue.
okay. All right, my friend, I'll take off now. Let me
All right,
just
let me swap
take over my
screens, and
screen.
you are off and running.
Okay, we'll talk to you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Have a good one, Barry.
Okay.
So happy Monday, everybody. We are right about where we left off on Friday. Um, let's set my timer really fast. There we go. And there's not much else that I could really say. Aj, how are you? How are you, Aja? We're doing all right over here. Quiet day for me personally. What do I have going on? I had a trade in ALLK that I took. SHPH. And I got out quickly, thank goodness. I didn't like the price action. So looking at this 5-minute chart here, I took this here on this candle. I got a fill at around 628. And we ran up into there, and I said, all right, pull back in here. And all of a sudden, when I started to see this kind of resistance happening here, I didn't like that. We made this move up over here, and we couldn't hold 640. I said, I think it's time to exit. And I exited right about 640, ran up to 650, and completely fell apart afterwards. So there's no follow through on anything today. I will say this is probably the worst day I've ever seen from the scanner here for these races. Ape made an okay move here, but it wasn't. It just wasn't a right move for me. First off, I don't really care for these stocks to start with, but just by the time I saw it here at 360, coming back over water from its gap down, and the news going around with AMC diluting their shares more and whatever else, I said I just don't want to be a part of something like that. These stocks are just too. I like to be careful with the words I choose talking about these things, but there's just too much nonsense with these stocks, and I want to stay away from things that have nonsense involved in them, or more nonsense than written in the regular trading world. So, I mean, you got Ape there that came through it. Maybe some people found it actionable. Not for me. MLCO, same thing. I'm not going chasing stuff. This thing gaps up, has a really big gap up here, right? And then just keeps moving and never really gave me an entry I felt comfortable with. And, maybe someone else is looking at it and they would say, this move through here, maybe something there was an okay to capture to that $7 level, around that 775, 675 level. You might have got yourself a quarter, 20 cents, a quarter, 30 cents. Was it there? Yeah, still wasn't a comfortable one for me. But again, everybody's an individual, and I like to be unbiased about these things. While I will absolutely beat the drum that I think this is the best scanner ever for day trading, I just wasn't seeing great stuff. BEAT a little better here, actually. This one here presented a decent opportunity here when it made this break on the high of the day. I actually did like that, but I just I was in the ALLK trade, and I decided I'm not gonna. I don't want to stretch myself too thin with these trades, and given the market that we got today. But that made an all right one. So that one tradable there. ADTX. I took a trade and got stopped out on this one here. I waited 1, 2, and on the third bar here, the third 15-minute bar. So we were, after 10 o'clock, when we cleared this one here, I thought to myself, in an anticipation here, I thought we might take a ride up a little bit, 375-ish or more. And we didn't. And I had a stop down here, got stopped out down there on the prior 15-minute bar. I was going to move down to low of the day, but I said, I just don't want to, I don't want to risk that much money. If I'm wrong, if I'm wrong down here, I'm probably wrong down here too. So I might as well be wrong up here and not wrong all the way down here. Seemed to be the right call to this point. Maybe it holds 3 and moves back up again. I don't think so. SPH, just noticed that's breaking my heart here. See, I got an alert here, just shot right through there, volume coming back in. I did not take a trade in this, but this looks like it's doing the crazy right now. Oh well. But I just, not going to go chasing that right now here in the noon hour. So it is what it is. Raj, we're doing all right over here. Like I said, kind of quiet morning, letting things settle, especially with this going on right here. Bring over the SPY chart here. And, we gapped down on Friday, and I think we got a relief bounce here at the end of the day, but still closed down on the day. And then a little bit of continuation through it, but rejected off that 360, have moved down, and we're under pressure again. I think we come and test this again today. We're nowhere out of the woods when it comes to a bear market right now. We're in the thick of it. SHPH really making a nice move here, but again, I'm not going. There's nothing on this daily chart here that says, "Oh yeah, make sure you get into that." A lot of speculation on where it could go right now to the upside, and that's not how I'm going to trade or play. There it goes, just whipped right down to almost $7 after being up here at 740. So nope, gonna be a no for me. What do I say about Crocs? They're a shoe company, so that's I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand why it did what it did up here. So I understand just as little as why it moved back down again. They're a shoe company, right? I mean, yeah, they make nice shoes, awesome, but it's freaking shoes. So I don't know. I've got not much. It looks like a terrible chart. Actually, I don't know what the AI is doing with it. You got this look over here. You're already in a big downtrend. That wasn't a good line. This is what I'm going to draw here. Sorry, my drawing hand is a little shaky right now. I'm going to draw around this area here. You're already in this big downtrend here. Well, if I'm guessing those were all-time highs. I mean, I hope those were all-time highs. You're in a big downtrend, and then that little pop, and then it got weak. I'm trying to recover back above this line and really just dancing on it and back below it again. So it looks weak. I'd say, looks like it wants maybe this 6. I'm guessing that's 60 and then 50 down here. That would be my guess. What would the AI do? It went long it. Ugh, awful. Yeah, I mean, there's not much else I can comment on it. I think the AI got head faked on that move up with the SPY. Look at this chart. Look at these 15-minute charts trading in tandem with each other right now, right? I mean, look at this from Friday. Gap down, kind of sideways-ish, a sell-off and a rebound. Gap down, kind of sideways-ish, sell-off and a rebound. Now, are they perfect to each other? No, pretty close, though. And then today, look at that move up, look at that move up, look at that move down, look at that move down. That green candle, look at that green candle, right? So unfortunately, what it looks like that's trading in lockstep, and for whatever reason, the AI got faked out there. This, gapped up, but not much to say there. Profit save got out for. MLCO, same thing here. Got head faked again. I guess I got head faked again. Yeah, head faked with the SPY, back down with the SPY. I mean, all these stocks are pretty much mirroring the SPY, unfortunately. So, always getting beat up that way. That's all there is to it. What else was happening through here? Talked about that. TCRT. This didn't come through my scan until it broke the $2 level here. No happy accident that going back to last Thursday. Ran into resistance right at last Thursday. This doesn't really look like something I'd want to be involved in anyways. You're talking about pharmaceuticals. You're talking about a large float here. Had this run up and a sell off. Yeah, there's nothing interesting to me about that chart. Going to be a no for me, dog. ISPC, again, showing, why patience is so important in this. This gap up and just banging on that high of the day before giving it up. It's caught that there. And look, great liquidity, massive volume. Just doesn't feel right to me, looking at this chart here. You got a bunch of these kind of stocks like this with these real low floats today. You've got, you see ADTX is a very kind of similar idea to this right here, where probably some unscrupulous individuals taking advantage of something that's had some recent activity. And that's what you've got. Don't go chasing other people's, moves like that. PPSI, guessing something similar here. You got, okay relative volume here. Not bad on the liquidity. I mean, it's going to crack 1 million shares in the not too distant future from now. But look, running into all this nonsense back here, popped over once there, but nothing. It's never really claimed any of that. This doesn't have, massive range on it. You've got massive range over a week plus of trading here. It's not like it's doing big moves in a day in general. So, maybe it's setting up for another run here. I couldn't say, but just not overly interesting to me. So Like Monday blues, words of that movie Office Space, the stock market and everything else seems to have a case of the Mondays. Here SHPH, imagine chasing this right now. I wouldn't feel good about chasing that right now. You got a break on the high of the day here and it makes this quick run up. But, looking even at a 5-minute chart, where were you entering on this? Like, you had been quick to get it here and you're sitting okay now. Now, look, if this can hold that 7 level, it can kind of flag this way on the 5-minute chart, then perhaps something's there. But again, looking left, what's going to be your target and why would it be your target? You can drill down in it. Like, is your target going to be here? Just not enough data for me there. So I'm not saying I wouldn't trade it. I'm just saying it's not setting up a great risk reward look as far as I'm concerned. That's just my 2 cents anyways. This IMPX, I do have my eye on because we've had a couple of these SPAC moves that have happened recently. I don't know. There's one on Friday that had a bit of a move and then, kind of gave it up. And then there's one on Thursday too, I want to say. Maybe Wednesday of 2 last week. I can't remember. But I know there's been a few that have done some stuff like this recently on these SPACs. So keep an eye on it. You can see I put a price alert here. Coming through my races here just over 9. I was late to the party on noticing it, and so I stuck a price alert up here. I bumped it up a few times. Again, I'm not going after it right now, and I might look back in hindsight and say, because we've got increasing volume here, even though it was coming into my no trade time or my mostly no trade time. But looking at this, 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. Obeying that well, obeyed us well off of here, the 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. But again, I'm just not feeling the risk rewards. Had I believe it was a Monday, like 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, where I kept calling myself kind of chicken for not going in. There's some really good setups that I missed out on. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna go outside my quote unquote comfort zone when things have been mostly working for me day trading the last several months to risk when I'm not comfortable. What else? Was there anything else here to really comment on? Pola? I don't really think I really looked at that. No. Nothing there. Nothing that I'm interested there. I mean, yeah, this thing's got some spikes, but, look at it. It's a falling knife, mostly selling off. Doesn't have any volume, doesn't have any liquidity. Yes, the relative volume is 2.25 what it's normally doing, but 2.25 what it's normally doing, and it's at 245 for shares, 245,000 shares. No. Nope. Not in this market. And LVTX, same thing. I mean, you're gonna go running after this. Great volume, great liquidity. Maybe it is setting up for later in the day. And you know what? I'd be a fool not to set a price alert. Let's throw it at 485. It's not an entry price or anything, but we can see a lot of price action hovering around this area. So maybe we start to have it put back on the radar in anticipation of a possible break on this high here, where it might be able to run back towards that high of the day. This might be one that we want to take a look at the pre-market high too. Yeah, so $6 being the pre-market high, so that makes it nice and easy there. So we'll put it on a watch list here using price alerts, and we'll see what happens. I won't hold my breath, given the market that we've got, and pharmaceuticals too. Yeah, so pharmaceuticals. So it's going to be some kind of BS phase 1 or something like that. And at this point, I don't care what the news is; it's irrelevant to me. Because I'm not taking if I was to even take a position in here, I'm not taking it based on the news. I'm taking it based on the chart. So the news will only convolute what I'm trying to do with the chart here. So there's really no reason. The news obviously wasn't enough to get it through here. The news wasn't obviously enough to get it back up through here. The news wasn't enough to get it back up to these levels or these levels here, right? So does it really matter what the news is? No, the news is 100% irrelevant for this day trade. It would be impossible for this news to be less relevant than it currently is. Now, if you're looking at this as a company, a drug company that you're interested in, their pipeline and all that stuff like that, then yes, obviously knowing the news would be beneficial. It would be important to that investing thesis. That's not what I'm doing here, and there's no investment comment for me to make on that. So you're all awfully silent. Maybe weekend hangover. I don't know. Maybe you're just not finding what I'm saying engaging. IMPX really making a move here, busting that 10. So again, I can Monday quarterback and be like, that was the one I should have won after, but it's just not in my comfort zone. So no, I'm okay with that. It's okay to let winners go by sometimes. Because for this one winner that I'm letting go by, we just went through, we've had about 10 losers that have gone by. So, the odds were not in the favor for this to do something. And like I said, terrible risk reward. There's a lot more stocks that I looked at today that were coming through races. Some won races, some were leading races earlier in the day. But, look, BLPD, no. AMRS, again, no. What else? FREY, again, and we're seeing a lot of very similar chart patterns here. A lot of very, very similar chart patterns. And so it's just not a great risk reward day on these setups. SPRO, I think it's been active for a couple days. Yeah, so we could see it gapped up several days ago. And same thing, all of these have made these moves up and a whoosh sell-off, very similar to the overall markets. Almost all these are looking exactly like the overall markets. Charge point, another one. So yeah, out of all these charts that I've shown, this is the one that's made the move. Just wasn't looking right to me yet. And it is what it is.
Tall.
So, all right, that's where we are as far as all that goes. Tall, another one. TAL, another one. Made this move up. It's banging around here. I'm going to leave my price alert. Just not a believer, What else? Was there anything else? Did I miss something? AGEN, another one. This is talk about an awful looking daily chart too. First off, this thing has a huge float. 6 is the max. 6 down to buck whatever down here. Terrible chart. Terrible chart. There's nothing to like about that chart. My price alerts. I had a price alert set, and I have sound enabled for that price alert. Let me duplicate this and bring it over. So there you go. There's my price alerts, and all these price alerts are from today, with the exception of this. This was active, and I was curious if it might do something again today. So it was active Friday. This is the SPAC from Friday, but it's done absolutely nothing today. So, but I thought, maybe we might see that SPAC carry over and see some craziness, but no, no volume even today. No liquidity whatsoever. So, nothing's really doing. And here we go. IMPX, made this move, rejected off of 10 here. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Patrick, I missed that. TCRT may try another run up towards the 250 TCRT. That was the one that I didn't catch till after it passed by 2, right? Because I'm letting my scan set up. Yeah, TCRT. Yeah, you're going to be contending with Thursday also. Look, it's having trouble at Thursday. It's already in this downtrend. Big float. So, if it can get over that and hold it, then perhaps it could have a little bit more juice on it. We see it can have a big range. Unfortunately, that big range was to the downside and big time to the downside. So, leaves me on the skeptical side of things for this, but it is possible. And so those that are interested, I'd highly recommend putting a price alert. IMPX, quick fall down here. I think races are fine for bounce play. Just what do you want to, how do you want to look for those bounce plays? For me, as I'm watching stocks, I bump them up and down with price alerts if I think they're going to be interesting. Like if I go through all my price alerts right now, there's nothing that makes me a believer in a rebound. Where am I going to move this price alert to? I guess can I move this price alert here? But there's probably nothing that's going to make me play a bounce play on this. So it's also sure bounce play, but is it a bounce play I'm actually interested in? This just looks like it's a fade at this point. I don't think there's any bounce play to be had there. ALLO, same thing, like a bounce that, here's the thing with bounce plays. Mostly with bounce plays, you're going to either need a stock that is like really kind of alpha trading on its own, or you're going to need the market on your side. And we don't have any of those going on as far as I can tell today. If there's something that's alpha on its own, I'm not seeing it. SHPH, that's not alpha on its own. That's just, look at that. That's just whippy and ugly at this point. And even more so on a 5-minute chart, it looks even uglier on a 5-minute chart. So, today's a bad example of trying to find a bounce play on any of these. But what I would do is, on a day where it feels like, all right, the market could give me a bounce, or this stock might be setting up for a bounce. All these are just big falling knives at this point, intraday right now. Big falling knife. Ugly chart we just went over. Where's the bounce play on here? There's no bounces. There's no bounce play to be had there as far as I'm concerned. Again, looking more like a weak and ugly chart here. Looking like a weak and ugly chart here. Looking like I'm going to guess it, weak and ugly chart here. Nothing looks good to me for a bounce play. But that's how I would play a bounce play happy is I'd set price alerts watching these races, set them towards a high, and then go through the price alerts as the day is progressing and seeing what might be basing. None of these are basing. They're all either just completely selling off, or they look like this, where it's not basing at $2. You know what I mean? There's nothing happening here. There's no move here. Could it happen? Sure. I doubt it. And where are you going to play the bounce play from? Are you going to take a trade at 210? You know what I mean? I'm not. If I'm going to play this, it's going to be a break on the high of the day. And really, it's got to actually be a break of probably Friday's high at this point, because it just looks so weak to me. So this is my kind of thought process on all that. I don't think alert windows work better. I would say just differently. I think you can design alert windows for a bounce play maybe a little better for the overall, but that's for the design of it versus the races, finding bounce plays like that, where I'm using the races by setting price alerts and finding bounce plays that way if they're going to happen. But look SHPH. I mean, really, back below 7 again? I mean, do you really want, what I mean? I don't want to be involved in that stuff. Inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF. When I see that many inverse ETFs on my, on my screen, just no. No. Looks like I froze. Spinning wheel of death. I have to reboot. All right, folks, give me a second here. All right, just want to get a screen capture going on of the nonsense I've got going on here. I'm going to have to, I guess, Control-Alt-Delete. And close TI that way. And we're going to relaunch. Shame, lose all that data on the races. There we go. Okay. All right, folks, bear with me a moment here. All right, folks, bear with me a moment here. I'm going to have to probably go back a build here. Give it one more try. Oh, that's a shame. Okay, here we go. We're back in business, I think, for now. I don't know. Happy Toad. I've never done any kind of study like that. I think those people find value in all those strategies. I don't use VWAP. I don't look for moving averages for a bounce. I look for moving averages actually for a break of them, and I only use 2 moving averages as a break of them for weakness. I don't look for them for a bounce. I kind of just look at areas where it looks like there might be some support and resistance. So, like for example, this area right here was a big area for charge point. Now it just happens to line up with 15. Shocker, of course. And as soon as it gave it up, that was over. I mean, they're all viable areas for playing bounces like that. We're not in a bounce market. We're absolutely not in a bounce market. Okay, I guess we're still doing this. So, all right, folks. Unfortunately, I'm stuck. And you'll have to bear with me while I have to do a complete reinstall and uninstall. All right, bear with me a moment here, folks. Let's see if we can't get this to work. As far as finding that information, Happy Toad, I would say, oh, God. I'd say a web search. That's what you're going to be best with. I would say a web search. Maybe look up like the patternsite.com by Bowiski. Maybe check out, see if he's got some information there. He's pretty good on that stuff. All right, lots of technical difficulties from here, folks. to go through some files here to see if I can find what's causing me an issue. Okay, third time's a charm, right, folks? Apologize for all these technical difficulties, but this is why we test stuff on our end first. Fingers crossed. All right. Fingers crossed, everybody. So, all right, IMPX still trying to hang out at these levels.
IMPX.
Well, setting off the price alert. Duplicate that and bring that back over. Looks like Tal came off and set off an alert again. Nothing doing there. So let me see the pattern site. So anybody that's interested in, getting into some more nitty gritty of charts and stuff like what Happy is asking, check this site out. You might find some benefits to this. He did a ton of research. A lot of what he did was, used in the CMT text and everything like that as well. So I think you'll find a lot of benefits from this here for that. So check this site out here. And that's that. So, all right, the market continues to sell off. We're back below low, well back below low of day now. So, yeah, looking really bearish right here. Bring over these compare count windows. So these are unfortunately starting fresh for me now, but it'll be interesting to see. So, we'll call it a 236, 237 start to these windows now. We'll see how bearish it continues to look for the rest of the day and if any bullishness can recover. Yeah, you're welcome, Happy. Like I said, I don't get down into the nitty gritty of things like that. I'm not taking in data in that regard and worrying about statistics in that sense. I really try to keep it very simple in what I'm doing. And just a personal preference is all. So IMPX again. Adios. So none of these alerts are now triggered and all well below. anything that that matters at this point. And again, how you can't, not going to play a pounce play with this going on today, and at what point, if we put in some green candles, then when does it look like a bounce might really happen? That is, if anything, coming through these races here now. Get rid of hide the race setup. Look at that. Inverse ETF city. The exception of that. All right, now we got a few stocks on there, but inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF. There's your TCRT. Maybe if you can get up over, but here's my thing again. That volume, doesn't have any abnormal volume at this point. It's really just on track for what it does. SATS. No, there's nothing there. I mean, 200,000 shares traded. That's over 4 times what it's normally doing. So to this point, normally in a day, it's traded 50,000 shares. I mean, just no. That's really it. I mean, what else BEAT's held up here. So perhaps this can continue to grind, but look where it's stalling out, right near these prior highs. Real clear lines here to be drawn. So you're really going to have to get up above this recent high of, I guess, 250, give or take. Yeah, 245. You're going to need to get up above that and, hold and be a believer. And again, do you really want to get involved in something in this market like this on the long side? So a little disappointing. I was hoping to see a little more out of the scan today. Just really not anything going on bullish today. I mean, literally nothing going on bullish. Let's even do this just for fun. Tools, topless, sort, change from the close, biggest on top, window specific filters, $2. And let's see, let's go with stocks that traded at least, we'll say 700,000 shares on the day. And so all these are going to be stocks that, mostly gapped up, and then that's it. IMPX is an exception. MLCO, curling over and giving it up. ADTX, we talked about this. Here it comes back up again, though. Could do something. Guess it's possible. Small float, 1 million on the float. TCRT up just this tiny bit. I mean, these are the stocks that are up the most from the prior day's close right now. And look at some of the changes from open, minus 18% from the open. Yeah, this is up 18% from the open, but, take a look at that. This is up 21% from the open, but, look at that chart. That's not exactly a great chart to trade right now. I'm getting a little bit of a base here, but is it a base and it's going to break down? Is it a base that's going to break up? What do you want to risk based on that? Las Vegas Sands. It's just hanging out, after the opening move. I bet Win looks exact. Yep, there it is. Win looks, well, look, Win doesn't even look as nice as Las Vegas Sand did. So it's just nothing Even when we're looking at just the stocks that are up the most from the previous day's close, nothing is jumping out saying, hey, I look strong. Take a look at me. It's low on that. Let me take a look. I mean, it's nice and liquid. I mean, and it's, looking at, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 trading days. I mean, I'd like another 5 or 6 trading days on there before we really take into account any relative volume. This is taking in that full account. So, make of that what you will. But you had this one big volume pop here. Now the volume's fading and the price is faded with that. And you had fading volume this whole time on a 3.5 million float stock, right? So, I mean, it just looks like a pump to me. Looks like someone tried to pump it and then it came down here and someone tried to pump it again. That's what that looks like to me. Could be wrong, but GIS is a swing. I mean, it's on the strength alert, so make of that what you will. But it never took out Friday's high, so it did not trigger from the strength alerts, so it hasn't triggered. And I'd want to see it, I'd want to see it claim and hover over 80 before I'd even consider anything, consider it long. And I'm not swing trading anything. There's just no way. Oh, SOCH. Sorry, I thought you said SOPH. SOCH. Am I missing something? SCOH. SCHP. Oh, there we go. That's what you're talking about. Sorry, I was going through the list of the tickers that you threw out there. Yeah, no, there's no volume in that. No, it's going to be a no from you, dog. Not to mention it's up now 20% nearly, right? It's up almost 17% from the open and up almost 20% from the close. No, you got this looming right over it. Like, where are you putting your stop? You know what I mean? You're putting it at 5. You're putting it at the close of that gap there. It just doesn't. There isn't a risk reward that makes sense to me here. I suppose. Let's say it picked up some volume, but it held around in this area or held up above this level. Sandwiched between there and 5 and 550. Maybe around the 3 o'clock area, and the volume started to come in. It was moving up. Maybe it becomes interesting then. But too much has to be perfect for that to set up, as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, today is a day to really sit on the hands. One winner, one loser, and I'll probably walk away flat-ish. And I'll be okay with that, considering. Again, I'm looking at this 80 TX. I mean, if there's something that might be able to make a rebound, I guess maybe this might be one. Just because you've got this craziness that happened here. You defended 3. You got a 1 million float. So, you've obviously got a lot of interest in the stock still going on here. But you're going to have to see this do that to some degree. But, perhaps for those that are looking for the bounce play, But we can see here when it broke that level earlier, got up through, and then rejected around here. Look at that on a 5-minute chart. So like where are you going to play the bounce play that you're a believer that it's going to make a run back at high a day, right? Is it over this 320, but then it also stalled out here at about 334 or something like that, and then is it going to get hitched up here? Then get hitched up here, you're getting hitched every, is it getting stuck every 5, 6, 7 cents? So again, there's no risk reward that makes sense to me in this here. If volume were to come back and it was to be solid volume coming back and we're looking at a high of the day break, maybe then, but you're not playing a bounce play, you're playing momentum at that point. You're playing a momentum on the high of day break. So there's no bounce play makes sense to me here. Not for me anyways. And someone else could be looking at this chart and be like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. That's fine. Generally, I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I'm okay with that. I'll trade mine. I'll trade my plan. Do I think PBTS can bounce without looking at it? I'll say no. No, I don't think it. No. There's nothing here. I mean, could it bounce? I guess, but why would it? Looks like some China pump and dump scam. Trading at 50 cents. Again, if it bounces, where are you bouncing
ADTX.
to? ADTX, making it interesting. Again, gonna watch, but starting to make a move. Maybe. Look at that spread on a $3 stock. That's hysterical. Look at that spread. Ridiculous. No thanks. I'm gonna keep my money right in my brokerage account. $13 million in the float. Oh, for that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, with that stock, I mean, you only got 50 cents more to go before you hit zero. So, I mean, not terribly lower, but it just doesn't set up a risk reward that makes sense to me at all. Could it bounce? I guess. I don't see a reason that it will. What was it? PBTS. I don't see any reason for it to bounce with this going on now. And again, IMPX just kind of sitting here. That starts to make it look weak to me when you've got all these topping shadows like this. You can't really get through that level. That volume there, this volume candle is going to close anemic compared to what had been happening here. This is a big turnaround the next minute and 10 seconds. You got about a minute and 10 seconds till this candle closes. Not even now, a minute. Yeah, you got too many. Also, you've got all kinds of macro news that's coming out. So like I said, unless something's really an alpha on its own, again, like I always say, I'm not much of a short trader, but if I have my hand forced, I'm going to have to learn quick. That's all there is to it. So far, the days where I haven't had a long opportunity have been few and far in between. It's been an okay 1 or 2 in here. I don't even have the data anymore, unfortunately, because that's all gone from having to restart. Oop, there's the timer. Just a boring, lackluster day. But I bet there's some people that are doing some short sales out there, feeling pretty good about things right now. I hear it. I hear the whispers.
Including me, yeah. I took a little wild, well, not wild one, but on an LESL. I took a short on that one.
LESL?
And why? Well, and the reason I did that, Christopher, is that this was added to the S&P Small Cap 600.
Uh-huh.
And that was, I guess, the announcement on Friday afternoon. You can see the big pop Friday afternoon. It had a nice move this morning. But based on, the overall doom and gloom in the market, I just didn't think this could sustain itself. Now, I took an early short on it and lost about 8 cents on it, but
Hmm.
then I reshorted it when it broke underneath 15 again.
Yep.
And I'm still in it, and it's not because of any particular setup. It was more of a gut feel that I
Yep.
just didn't think, this could sustain itself. And look where it got to today. The next high looking left was 1532, and I think it got to 1523. So that was kind of my level. And that's it. I mean, that is my best trade of the day so far, and not saying much,
No,
but
that's I've kind of droned on for the last, like, I feel terrible because there's just not much to talk about today. Everything that, from the race that I had today, I had to reset because I kept crashing in the middle of this, but so I lost all the data, unfortunately. But I mean, I have the price alerts from anything that was on the races that interested me at any point today. And I mean, MLCO, when we were going to get in this is, kind of a chase
exactly.
off the open. And then look at things like BLPD that were in some early races for me. They're mimicking the SPY essentially.
Yeah.
FREY, another one, mimicking the SPY mostly. So
Keep
it's
an
just
eye on Sava. Keep an eye
no
on
real
Sava. It's
interest
probably
in
not.
this.
Just keep an eye. Sorry to interrupt there, but keep an eye on Sava because I
Yeah.
mean it's been very, very choppy. But it looks like, and boy, if it takes, all right, wow, like just there,
Making a move right now. Yeah. Just
making a
as you're
move
saying
right
it.
now. And I don't know if you know the whole story about Sava.
I
Um,
believe there was something about whatever medicine drug or whatever, someone did a hit piece on them and they came out and said, nope, that's a total lie and that's not true and their data will prove you wrong or something, right?
That is earlier. That's several months ago. But if
Oh,
you
okay.
look at the candle on the 20th, okay,
Yep.
August 20th. You see that big giant green candle. So evidently there was it looked like it was completely valid. The SEC, because the SEC was investigating them, and the announcement came out that the SEC is finding no more reason to investigate. The investigation is over. Hence the
Hmm.
big pop. And you can see the next day it kind of rested. And then look at Thursday, had a massive move. But then on Thursday, on Friday,
Yep.
the company themselves said, we did not receive anything from the SEC saying this investigation was over. Okay, so that basically because even in the pre-market, that clobbered it from 50 down to 40 and down to 38. But now look what it's doing. And who
Yeah.
knows? Maybe they come out and say, "Oh, you know what? We received something from the SEC today saying it is over."
Yeah.
This is, you know, so that's been the craziness for Sava for the last 5 days.
That's a lot of tomfoolery, but look at this, that level right here that it's cleared, somewhere in
Mm-hmm.
that 43-ish range, give or take 43 to 45. This thing's got
Yeah.
a big range on it. Holding up above that, not in the words of the famous Barry, not that it will, but it could, you could be
It
looking at
could.
60. You
I'm
could be
not.
looking
I'm
at
not saying
60
it's
pretty
getting there,
quickly.
but look
Exactly.
left. Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean it's a little bit crazy. Keep an eye on this
I
LVTX. I
just
mean
had a
it
price
has.
alert go off for it there at
Oh, okay.
485. I was
Okay.
discussing it earlier. I said, if anything's got my interest, I guess it might be that if it can make another run back over 5. I think the
Exactly.
pre-market high was 6, right?
Yep. A little over 6. Yeah, about
Yeah.
612 or so. And
So
I mean, it did have some news, $50 million upfront payment, etc. So yeah, I mean, we're sort of, but and the market, I look at these. I never think that the market really plays any part in it, but I guess it can't hurt. The market's trying to put in a green bar now,
yeah,
but
I
I
was
always
just
think of
yep.
these little guys. I mean, they don't really care that much what the overall market's doing, but yeah, I mean, I guess if you're right, if it takes out five, maybe it gets going again.
Very well could be. I'd like to see that volume pick up again. So
Hmm.
that's really the highlights of today.
Highlights of today, yeah, not much. All right, Chris, I'll take over if you want.
Sounds good.
Add my grab. There we are. My stream is on. Yeah, okay, it just took over.
You're
So
in.
thank you again for taking over for the hour. Much
Of course, of
appreciated.
course. And I'll see you in a couple of hours.
You will.
All right. Take care, Barry. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Bye.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. We were just talking about the Sava. I was talking to Chris about the Sava in the YouTube room. Yeah, I mean it has got a. I mean, it had that topping tail right up to 46, but I mean that break of yesterday's high has Friday's high 44.82 has at least if that holds, it might have another run. And I'm still in. I know I traded covered some of my LESL position. Still have some left just in case it has another further collapse. But and we were also talking about the LVTX, and just before I took over, I have an alert set. Over 5. If it comes back over 5, it might give us a trade later on in the day. Otherwise, again, I'm just kind of biding my time. See if any new stock shows up. Aja was mentioning the SCPH. That did show up. SCPH. And it's starting to show up now in the races because remember, well, you don't have to know or remember, but I have a minimum of 200,000 shares in this race. So you can see it's 256 now. So when it was starting to move, it obviously was not at 200,000, but now it is. And it's got some room. I mean, it does have some room. 5.7. Well, now it doesn't, not as much. 579 to 6, the next levels that it might stall at. So if I had not had 200,000 as my minimum, more than likely it would have picked it up down here. But that's the trade-off, guys. You might say, well, why don't you just lower it to 100,000? Well, I could do that, but then I'm going to get a lot of other stocks that don't necessarily do this. And, I'll get too many, even in the race, I'll just get too many things to have to start watching. Look at Pixie. What are you, stupid one, doing? Oh, how choppy was this one today? Hello, Chris, or sorry, Mike. There's even sort of a red bar ignored for Sava on the 15-minute chart. Not quite because that topping tail is outside that previous green candle, but my computer is starting to, the fan is starting to go crazy again. I just think there's something going on. Oh my goodness, guys, I'm sorry. You probably don't hear it in the background, but my computer fan is going crazy. I might have to do another reboot of trade ideas if that continues. But so far it hasn't affected chart loading yet, so. All right, highly risky, but the SHPH, highly risky. The next high I think is 8 something. 816, so SHPH at 740. I mean, of course, one way to try to trade Sava, you're going to have to put a wider stop, as somebody said. I mean, it's pretty whippy. So you could, maybe put a stop down here at 44.60 or so. I guess that's not that wide a stop for a $45 stock. That is about $1. And so if you do that, then if you're trying to trade this intraday, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making $2 on the trade. So what is 47.80? That'd be $2 from it. So right around there. So, certainly the next high looking left is 51 something. So I mean, in theory, that would be a way to try to trade Sava. Lithium, I think, yeah, they're going to be doing a financing LATM. I think that's what I read this morning. LATM, 10 million share public offering. There we go. And non-compliance notion or notice. Oh, interesting. I often see this. Usually it's because they're under $1, but this is you got to read this. This is really interesting. No longer in compliance with NASDAQ's audit committee requirement because of the removal of Nachum Labkowski from the company's audit committee. It's possible LG1, but it never happens unless I'm in, I mean, anything is possible. You're absolutely right. I actually go in and I make sure there's no dust and all that. I use that blaster, but it always seems to happen when I start loading the simulator. Any new IPO? Not today. Um, Pretty tough to have an IPO in today's market. Even the cheap ones. But I will take that under advisement, LG1. Yeah, I mean, usually everything is up to date, but all right. Still in the short of LESL. Let's see if I can take out that low right there, which is about 1460, and continuing to move down. That is I mean, you can see right there, I'm, probably wishful thinking, but because that's the low of the opening of the 915 candle. Just out of curiosity, let's take a look at the IPO calendar. I mean, what in theory is upcoming this week. Yeah, so look what's happened here, guys. So this is the IPO calendar. WXT, which probably would have been an interesting one because it's China postponed, number one. Day to day for the ALPX. When it says week of, they still haven't determined, if it's going to happen. Maybe on Friday, maybe LRE, and maybe on Friday, PRZO, maybe. Wouldn't surprise me at all though if they're canceled or postponed or delayed. I don't have that one. YGF? I didn't see that one. Sava, guys, is really trying to do this. I mean, there's that attraction, that 5175. I'm not saying it's getting there, but ooh, what about this one? DSGN 1552. All right, another leg down for me in the LASL. Well, minor. It's just got to take out that 1460. You stick another price alert down, maybe 1450 something, 56 if it takes that out. All right, guys, Sava. This is in the face of what the market's doing also. Look at this big red candle. Little glimmer of hope for the longs on that previous 15-minute candle, and then boom, big red candle wiping all that out and more. So Sava is trading on its own. You can tell. I mean, this is not caring what the market's doing. Look what it did over the last, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours. Look what the market did. Look at Mort here. Now, this is another one of these REITs. Look at Mort here. This just made this is it's funny. This is the first time it showed up. 114, yeah. The only one in the 10-day daily breakdown. This is the only one that showed up on it. It's not quite an all-time low, but how far back do we have to go before we see these lows? Yeah, a couple of years ago. All right, guys, a little move for Sava now. Again, trying to get through that 47. Boy, this is an interesting short, guys. Mort, I'm gonna watch this one. I mean, it may not be very dynamic. I have no idea what the float is, which is a little scary. This could, I'm wondering, this could just be a sneaky one on the way down, MORT. This really hasn't followed the market too much. I mean, other than being down. I'm just trying to look at some of these green bars. I guess that one corresponds to that one. Sava. All right, guys, I am checking to see if anything new is showing up. So now, in the next couple of hours, to wait and see if something brand new shows up, here and just starts to really move. Something that hasn't been in the top 10 list. Keep an eye on the LVTX, guys. The LVTX, again, it's inching its way to 5. No volume, though. You look at the volume, I mean, 277,000 shares is great, but relative to what's happened previous, it's not that big a deal. Lots of volume, though, 30 million almost. So this has traded the float over 3 times. I've seen SBEV in this race here. I've seen it. Hasn't won a race yet, but it is. I mean, it's above Friday's high, 144. Had the big downturn. I can't remember exactly why. Not sure if they did a financing or what they did, but they made some news releases back here about deals with, I think, Costco and Walmart, maybe Target. ILPT. Yeah, another one, just like almost. Yeah, that is a lifetime low. ILPT, that is a lifetime low right now. Keep an eye on the LVTX, guys. LVTX. All right, Leslie. A little low here. Okay, well, we've sort of cleared that one. 1461. Next low looking left in the pre-market is 1455, and then down here at 1442. Keep an eye, guys, LVTX is challenging that 5 level. High right there was what, 504. Well, Jay, as I've said many, many, many times, I don't exit a trade, even if it's boring, as long as I'm up. Okay. LVTX, guys, LVTX. Michael Anthony. Now, I know you seem to be a big player of the oil stocks, okay? So here's a site for you. You don't have to rely on me or anybody else. Here's a site for you. Oil prices, okay? If you're looking for prices of oil. I mean, it's down from, I guess from, I don't know, yes, I don't know what it's based on, down from what, but it's moving down. All right, guys, LVTX, a little bit of a spread issue, but it's starting to move. Actually, no spread issue now. All traders are looking at is this. The pre-market got up to 613. Again, I am certainly not saying it's going to get there, but that's all traders are looking at. And look at the volume coming in, guys. Remember, I was looking at the previous 15-minute candles, but look at the volume coming in. This is going to be, what time is it? 125. This will be probably the third largest of the day. Now look at Sava. Big sell, well, a huge sell-off, but not on a percentage basis, but a couple of dollars. And again, Michael Anthony, I mean, if you have a, any sort of charting, here's SCO, okay? Ultra short crude oil. Look what it's doing, moving higher. So, oh, I know, Zach, LVTX, absolutely. Come on. It's gonna be one little. However, with everything, you've got to be nimble, okay? I'm not, just because I'm saying LVTX, the next high looking left is six. Well, it's not the next high looking left, but the pre-market high was up to 614 or whatever. I'm not saying it's getting there. So you've got to be, in this market, you got to be nimble. Depending where you got in this, don't be afraid to take some profit because I have no faith that these are going to keep moving. Well, Todd, it's nice that you do have another job. You're not relying on making money in the market 100%. Oh, I mean, again, guys, I have to bring these up because they're only things that are kind of moving right now. But you got to take some profit on these. You can't think that just because I was saying okay, it takes out five that could get it going, and it did. I mean, 508 to what 535 is a great percentage move, but look how quick the move was, and now look. So now there's nothing stopping this from resuming, but you can't just rely on the fact that that was a pullback and it's going to keep going. All right, guys, just following an internal discussion, trade ideas. All right, GRNA, I did see this one earlier, but again, it's another one of these that, yes, it's having a nice day today, great day today, up 14%, not a ton of volume, but where could it keep stalling? All these little highs looking left on the daily chart could easily just stop it. I mean, if you want to be aggressive, you might look at that daily chart and think, okay, but really 328. But I'm just more conservative. I just keep looking left, and if I see something that's close, I just don't take it. Again, look at the pulse. I mean, the pulse looks really interesting, but look left. What do you see? I see, $1.96 is the next high. Look at all the stuff right over. Well, if you can see my chart, the daily chart, you see a lot of stuff between here and $1.99, $2. So, I mean, I'm not saying it can't, zip through that, but you're kind of bucking the odds. FedEx. Oh, a very, very, very minor one on a dead cat bounce. Very minor. Look at this meme stock, Bed Bath and Beyond, little pop way up here at 714 and a complete sell-off. The apes are in trouble, guys. There's no question. I know ape had a move, but how's GME doing? Underneath 25 still? Yeah. So the apes are in serious trouble if they're just holding on for dear life. Does it really? Bed Bath and Beyond, what can they possibly say? I know it's a new CEO. I think this will be this CEO's first, I believe. Yeah, you're right. September 29th, pre-market. All right, Warby over 14. Sort of interesting. It had to pop up pre-market, not pre-market, but when the market opened. Actually, 10.15, it got up to 15. Sold all the way down here to 13.90. And now it's trying to maybe resurrect itself a little bit over 14. It might have some room to about 14.30. I'm looking at that 15-minute chart. If you're desperate to take something, put a stop here at 13.91. This is not recommendation. It's just if you're, looking at something to perhaps trade. Looks like 13.91 is decent support. So that would not be quite 20 cents away, but let's pretend it's 20 cents away. That means when you look at the trade, you have to think, can I get 40 cents out of this trade? At least a 1 for 2. So 40 cents on top of that is about 14.50. So there's 14.50. I mean, it could, of course. I'd be looking at this area though, right here at around 14.27, 14.30. That could easily stall it in this kind of a market. So to me, the risk reward isn't there. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to keep running, but the risk reward just isn't there. Yeah, this is you're talking about for a short, right? Because this is shortable for me. 160,000 shares. You're talking about Pulse. I mean, look at all the resistance around too. Hey guys, Warby is going a little bit here. WRBY. But again, I'm not taking this one just because I think, that 1430 area concerns me, so I just won't take the trade. Again, I know it's a broken record, but THTX, I mean, first of all, not a huge amount of volume, but coming right into what I consider pretty decent resistance. THTX. I mean, I clicked on it because I was, it was in the race. It was moving up. It was right down here now, but it was moving up. So click on it, see what's happening. But again, to me, just too much resistance, not that far away. All right, what's Chewy doing? Had a big another pop. Like look how a lot of these are just following the market. I mean, look at Chewy. Look at these 15-minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4 to begin, right? Look at the market. 1, 2, 3, 4 to begin. There's the SPY, and then the SPY dropped. Look at Chewy. I mean, that's what makes it hard to trade because I mean, unless you can time the market exactly the same way, fine. But it's so what I always strive to do is to try to find those what we call alpha stocks that are trading more or less on their own, not so in tune with the rest of the market is doing. Otherwise, well, but that's why if you're going to get into a stock and it is kind of tracking the market, that's why you've got to have some like a spy chart or something that can tell you what the market is doing. Because you might look at this and say, oh man, I'm going to get into Chewy. Then you might say, well, why did that happen? If you don't have the spy chart up, you won't know. But that's exactly what happened because it is tracking the spy pretty closely. And there's, probably the majority of stocks are doing this, especially the larger cap ones. Let's take a look at the SPY, the bigger picture, the weekly, or well, take a look at this weekly chart. Let's take a look and see what Zach is talking about. That's 362 is the low looking left. It hit that a couple of times, perhaps, right there. Better to get a monthly chart up. You get the bigger picture. So look at this, yeah. So that 360 level right around here. Actually, 360 is right about here. Yeah, it takes out even 362. I mean, then the next lows are right, wow, way down here. They're in the 329 area. Don't think it can't happen, guys. I mean, this is just 2 months ago. Looked okay, not bad. Got back over 400. A little bounce for this FLNC, a little bit of a bounce. I haven't even looked at this, just for fun, take a look at the change from the open and see what's happened, if anything interesting happened. The answer is no. So the change from the close, looking at this 10 minutes before the market opened, these are the major sectors. Oil was, all the stocks that make up XLE were 100% of them were down from Friday's close. And look at this, 95% of them are down from the open today. So there's been no rally. And there's been no rally in anything really. Excuse me, sorry. All right, guys, a little coughing spell there. All right, so what you're talking about maybe is holding this, okay, and popping from it. Well, I mean, the next high, I mean, listen, if it can get through all of that, all of this stuff around the 220 level, then, then you've got 260 as your next 250 to 270 as your next levels. I'd still be inclined to maybe short this though. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, there's your US dollar, guys. All-time high, this UUP. All right, guys, I've covered most of my LESL now. There's a little bit left in case the market takes another header on the way down, but I've covered most of my LESL short. Yeah, I mean, the TCRT definitely has some promise. No question about it. I mean, it's above that high. Well, it's at that high at 214. So when you look left, I mean, it's got some promise, 273 in a better market, we'd be looking at this and going, okay. The issue is it's got a huge float. If that float number is correct, let me just do a quick look in my float checker to see whether or not what the consensus is, because that's a big float. Yeah, that looks about right, guys. I'm looking at different websites, and from 171 to that number 194. So that float is about right. So that's a big float. That is a big float for a $2 stock. It's one of the reasons why it takes a bunch to move it. And it's, it really, I mean, it looks like, volume is 3 million, but it's only not even normal trading today in terms of volume, 0.94. Now, a lot of that is skewed because of what happened, a few days ago, the 40 million share day, but still. Well, I think that SHPH would be tough trading any time of the day, to be honest. I mean, this one has been obviously crazy wild. Just responding to Todd's comment. Oh, look at LVTX now. That's why I like using the term nimble. LVTX, you've got to be nimble with these. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yep. Right at that level, right at that 220. I mean, look, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, what did it get to? 220. And right there is 223. Right there is 211. But right in this whole area here. And there is your rug pull. I mean, this TCRT really looks good. I mean, it hasn't succumbed really to what's happened over the last little while in the market. Again, because it's one of these small ones. Is there any news on this one today? It got rocked here a few days ago. I mean, guys, I mean, this was 402 a few days ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, 402. And then the low of, it looks like 5 or 6 days ago was 125. Pretty tough. I think that if we get a bid of like 218, 219 on the TCRT, I might take some. And only because it's got a ton of room. Now the problem is, where am I going to put my stop if I do that and it doesn't make sense? 8 cent stop, 210, 8 cent stop, need to make 16 cents, 234, do some quick math. So it does make sense if I put an 8 cent stop on it. If I'm more conservative and put a stop down here at 205 and I get in at 218, that's a 13 cent stop. 218 plus 26, 44. So yeah, I mean, it still can make sense with a wider stop, taking fewer shares. Again, when I'm talking about all this, that's on a recommendation for you guys to do the same thing. Is this what I'm looking at? You're talking about TCRT, Aja. Yeah, it is a huge float for a $2 stock, but that can sometimes work to our favor. You might not get the giant rug pulls because of that float. Look how choppy this is. Look at the SPY. Look at these topping tails, well, mainly topping tails now. The last three on the 15-minute chart, the buyers have been trying, but the sellers just keep saying, no way. See, I don't even have a 200-day moving average for it. I was looking at that. I don't even have a 200-day moving average for TCRT. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a new symbol, not an IPO, but change a symbol or something like that. For whatever reason, we don't have it. Well, if that's correct, then that could also stall it, of course. Let me just do a check on another website. Give me a moment, please, guys. Yeah, I'm finding it hard to. I'm on another website trying to see where that 200-day is. Oh well. Whatever it is, it may not. I mean, it might stall it, but all right. Well, there's the TCRT, guys. It did. What's the bid ask? No, it's still 217, 218. I'd like to see 218, 219. I know it's only a penny, but there's the high right there of 218. All right, well, I'll believe you. We got a couple of 200-day moving averages for it. One is at 221, one's at 212. So, I mean, the prudent thing would be to wait for a 221 if that is correct. I don't know why we don't have that number. I have no idea. Yeah, ISPRO's starting to move now. I mean, it's been choppy like anything, but it is starting to move. You're absolutely right. This is kind of out of nowhere. Remember what we were talking about? I mean, all of a sudden, these stocks that just kind of do nothing for a long period, 207 down to 201, for a couple of hours, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, get some volume coming in. Traders are desperately looking for something to trade, so they're grasping at something like this. The high on Friday was 241. Isn't this the one that had the $66 million upfront from Glaxo? Isn't this the one? Thank you, Mohammed. Yeah, so this is the one. So not unlike, the LVTX. So the LVTX, I mean, it's got to be watched later on, in the week just to see if, especially if the market, well, look at the market. Come on, market. A little bit of a nice big green candle so far. All right, so this Rita has some room. It's got $1 till the next high. RETA, it does have $1 to the next high. On I'm sorry, on TCRT, we don't have any information on it regarding the 200-day. But some have said it's 221. Some have said it's 212. So now you're saying it's showing at 207 for DAS, and one. Oh, wait a minute, Jay. 114 for the 200-day. 114 for the 200-day. Wow. So this is all over the place. I mean, that's obvious. You're talking day, right? We're not talking somehow intraday, 60-minute or because that's crazy. I mean, a few pennies difference, fine, but that is a massive difference. And that's not a typo. You didn't mean to say 214? Because that does make a difference. Okay, thank you, Casa. So I remember Zyop. Yeah, Zyop. So maybe that's the reason why, for whatever, we don't have the 200-day because it hasn't been close to 200 days. These are trading days, though, 200 trading days. Well, that information then is, it's too big a difference. So I don't know which one to believe. Not that it really matters. I mean, if it was way down $1, I guess as long as it's over it. All right, guys. Now this one is right at the 200 or getting close to that 200-day. The Allo. So it did pop above the 200-day, 1155. 1140 is the 200-day moving average for ALLO. Fell all the way back down to 11, and now it's trying to have a bit of a surge here. But, there's that 200-day, 20 cents away. It's moving with the market. Look at that big green candle. Look at that big green candle on the SPY. So ALLO is moving with the market. ALLO. What is not moving with the market is, I still have a little bit of that Leslie left, LESL. It is not moving with the market at all. All right, there's the Pola moving, I guess, call this a, I hate to call it like this, but sort of a hurricane stock, I guess, PPOLA, along with PPSI. Yeah, look where it got to. Look where PPSI got to, right? These highs here. All right. No, I'm not trying to short it. I'm trying to, I have a long bias for the TCRT, but you're talking about the 50, right? 50 SM moving average. We're looking at the 200. But it's okay. It appears that it's above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I don't actually look at the 50, but only moving average I pay attention to on the daily is the 200. But that's just me, of course. I know many will look at the 20 and the 50, and that's fine. Speaking of the 200-day moving average, look at EVAX. EVAX, 200 days, 283. Popped a little bit above it. Did so on Friday. Closed above it, but then got sold off and is trying to come back. 354 is the, that's the fantasy level, I suppose, if it can get through the 200-day. Beat has been, kind of okay. I mean, you got these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart, had the pullback, and I'm talking about BEAT. It's above the high of whatever it was, whatever day that was, the 15th, at 245, or it's right at that high. I I sort of remember there was some news about this. I just can't remember what it was. And here comes Sava roaring back, guys. Sava roaring back after that big pullback. Not a huge, well, big pullback. Let's see, it got up to 47.40. So about a not quite a $3 pullback. And now look at it. And the volume's coming back in to Sava, SAVA. There was a patent. Thank you, Casa. Okay. I was mentioning sober earlier. I didn't check that chart. Oh, I see why. Yeah, okay. The big pop up. Well, this is enough to drive you to drink. Look at this chart. All right, guys, I'm totally out of the Leslie. The Leslie actually looks like it wants to finally put a bit of a bounce in. Out of the short, out of the Leslie short, LESL short. Okay, sling action, SLNG. Let's take a look at sling. Probably too late. You just mentioned it up here. Look at Rivet, okay, RIBT from our YouTube room. Take a look at Rivet for the day. Yeah, I mean, it's had a nice, not a bad little run. No volume though, no volume at all. 97,000, relative volume's only 0.39. This is why, this will never show up in any one of my scans. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys. Yes, the TCRT. So let's see if it has any sort of movement in it to the highs of a few days ago. So there's the high of 3 days ago, 275. So that could be a bit of a magnet. So Pete, what was the difference between your entry and your stop? Okay. How much was the difference between your entry and where you would have taken yourself out of the trade if it didn't work? And that's for the TCRT. Because that'll help determine what potential exits you could have, or at least important levels that it should cross. If you can hear me anyway. Pete. Okay, but where'd you get in? You got in at 212 or that was your stop? What is the difference between, oh, okay, so you have a 7 cent stop. Oh, you're in. I don't understand when you say in at 205. I don't understand then. Okay, where was your stop? If it didn't work, where were you going to get out of the trade? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you know that because what I'm going to show you is that I'll make something up. Let's say your stop was at $2, okay, for whatever reason. So you have a 5 cent stop. So every 10, so your first 1 for 2, okay, risk reward would have been at 215. Okay, so that was your first risk reward, a 1 for 2, which is obviously fine. Okay, let's make the math easier though. Okay, so you have you have a 7 cent stop. Okay, so a 1 for 2 would be 219. Okay, and after that, let's say if it clears 219, then your RRs are every 7 cents. So the next one would be 226. Okay, your risk reward. You have a 7 cent stop. So your first area has had you've already got a 1 for 2. See, what I'd be doing is if it dropped down below that 1 for 2, I'd probably take some out as an example, if that makes sense. And then I just keep waiting. But if it doesn't, then I just keep waiting for the next R. In other words, the next, so, you hear people talk about 2R, 3R, 4R, etc. And in your case, it would be 226. That would be a 1 for 3. But let's just say it popped through 126 or 226. You could still be in the trade. Let's say it gets up to 230 and then it comes back down to 226. I'd probably take some out, And you could put the lines right in your chart. Okay, so 14, 219, what did I say? 219. So you could have put like a line, a markup. So that was your first 1 for 2. Okay. Well, that is the 1 for 2. And then you could put another one 7 cents above that. but just in general, okay, that's a way to look at it. And every time it crosses another R level, great. But if it, if it got up to 226 and moved down, and then it got, below 226, but still above 221, I'd probably take some out. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room, do all brokerages make you have 25K, I don't want to say in a retirement account, but 25K in your account to day trade? Well, in the United States, you have this pattern day trading rule, okay? So I guess I don't want to get too into it, but I guess if it's just cash, you still have what, 3 days of settlement, etc. But general answer is yes. I think virtually every broker in the United States will require for you to have $25,000 in your account to pattern day trade. Now I'm in Canada, so I just don't have that issue. Never came up. But it's possible I have over 25K in my account, right? But seriously, that's but that is, yeah, your government has said, and I don't know how many other countries around the world have to follow that. I really don't know. Yeah, ALLK. I mean, it had a nice pop up there, big drop. I think if it gets through maybe that 585 mark, it might have a run in it. But the volume is completely tailed off, Ija. I mean, you can see that. Had all the volume was at the beginning, the volume is just tailed off. Till you get some volume back, it's not going to go anywhere, in my opinion. Cano off Will Mead. Let's take a look at Cano, Cano. Again, this is the one that has, in theory, the rumor being a buyout interest. That's what happened on Thursday. So guys, remember I was talking about the GRNA. I think it was around 220 and I just shied off it because I looked at all these little highs looking left. If you didn't do that, and you did okay. But that's just my style. And I certainly will miss a move like that. But all right, guys. Just one last talk about my homepage and the fact that this promo we've got on, it may be tomorrow night, but you want to be certain. The emails say tonight, 11:59 p.m. tonight, Eastern time, that the promo will be over. Sometimes they do last an extra day, but no guarantee. So if you click on my link, so this is the promo we've got on. So 17 months for 12, okay? If you're an existing monthly subscriber and you've maybe wanted to take out an annual subscription, this is the time to do it. 17 months for 12 plus 25% off the first month, off 25% off the annual. So when you look at it, so the premium would be $2,000 less the 25%, so it'd be $1,500 and you'd get 17 months. That works out to about $88 a month. Standard would be $750 divided by the 17 months. That comes out to $44 a month. Okay. So if you're currently a monthly subscriber, or of course, if you're brand new and looking to take on an annual, great. When this is over in 17 months, you'll be offered virtually the same deal, except no 25% off. Okay. But you'll be offered the 17 months for 12. Okay. Now, if you're currently an annual subscriber, this is what we can do for you. Depending how many months you have left, if it makes sense. Say you've got 6 months left on your annual subscription. So you take this deal right now, and then we'll add 6 months. So instead of 17 months, it would be 23 months. Okay? So I've got 2 scans, Teddy, that help me identify potential shorts. They're not races. I could probably take this one, the large cap losers from the open, and see what happens. But I've just got a couple of scans. This one right there only gave one, the 10-day daily breakdown, and then real short Momo that Real created gives me an idea of some of the ones I might want to look at. What I might do tomorrow is take a look. See, the problem with the flipping this one, the small ones, I don't think it'd be very interesting. This one could be interesting. Large cap losers from the open. It could be. I just haven't found that the losers, though we've been in an extended losing streak. So I should probably have this one up and running tomorrow on the flip side, just to see. So as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, do this Let's Get Started. That's the very, very, very first thing you should do. Talks about the download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, layout styles, etc. Okay, creating a free-floating layout. All this is covered, all the basic features. And I think afterwards it talks about alert windows, top list windows. Yeah, introduction to scans, so alerts and top list windows. So please do that first. And then I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, there was none this week. It was basically to stay in cash, but this is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. But again, this week there was not a specific stock that Steve felt comfortable identifying as his trade of the week. Okay. And the education. So look at the user guide. Again, this is that getting started. More detail about alert windows and top list windows and all about the stock racing. Okay. Please click on that. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and what the stock races are all about. And daily support. So again, Chris will be in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll shut the main room down at 3:30. I'll put the link in for YouTube and you can head over there and listen to Chris for another hour. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. And the Back to Basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's all free. Starts off with what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. So if you're brand new to trading, this is all free. It's a free resource for you. And last, of course, if you want my scans, here they are. Okay, these are the 2 races that you see, and I have some other scans that you might want to take a look at. But as always, do not have too many scans up and running. I would try to concentrate maybe a couple of races, maybe one alert window, and that's it. Try to Try to get focused on something that you really, well, again, if you're new to trading, you're not going to know what you really like, but that's why you can practice, I mean, you can have my two races, but of course you can create your own race from your own top list once you get running or understanding how to use trade ideas. So save my link, then you can look at all of this anytime you want, okay? My scans, the education section. And again, if you take out a subscription using my link, it helps the room, keep it free. Trade ideas always, the brass always want to see, okay, how much revenue are we getting from the room based on a free room? And do I get a commission? Yes, I do. So there's that. I don't know if there's a best. You can run this race in the pre-market. Okay, the Karen. So you can run this race in the pre-market. It's just that I don't. I started running at 9:30 when the market opens. But you can actually run this race anytime you want. So if you take this, and you see what'll happen is if you take this scan, because these are ones that are really moving, and just make an adjustment. Okay, so here's the scan, and if you click on the square and then right click on it, once you see that it's all red, it's stopped, the race is stopped, right click on it and then show race setup. So you can have it auto start on load. In other words, when you start trade ideas, it'll automatically start. If you can see that option, what I do is I auto start at a time, and I've picked my time at 9:30 when the market opens. But if you want to auto start it when you load it, in other words, when you load trade ideas, you can do that. And then you'll see the ones moving in the pre-market in race format. Yeah, room to 20 if I join. Oh, if I join. I see. If I join, you're not talking about joining in and taking the trade, joining the website. Probably not going to happen. I'm not a big social media guy at all. I have a Twitter account where I post my pre-market actives and the video I do, and that's about it. Okay, so the Karen, did that make sense to you? So you can take any scan, any top list window that you want, create a race from it, and you can launch it earlier than 9:30, of course. But you could take this, it's probably pretty good, because it's going to show you active stocks in the pre-market also. Okay, does that make sense? Just want to make sure that makes sense. Okay, just a matter of auto start at load. You don't even have to check that either. If you load this and you're seeing it in the pre-market, all you have to do is start it. And start it with the arrow and just start it. Okay, so the link is in my homepage. Okay, so you go to my homepage, just go to the link, my homepage link, and where you see the scan section right here, click here, and there are the two races. So if you load them, you can either make the change or whenever you load, just start it. Just literally manually start it and it'll just keep going. You could also take these two, trying to, my pre-market actives up and my pre-market actives down. These are top list windows. And you could run a race based on these ones. Because these are top list windows. Once you, if you load them and watch them in the pre-market, you know how to launch a race. But as always, you know, anybody can make adjustments to the price range that I've got, minimum volume. Because remember, a top list, if you have a top list, then you right click and launch the race from it. And that's where you can now, that's when you just stop the race by clicking that square and then right click and show the race setup. And now you can make all the adjustments you want. You want a longer race or shorter race, minutes to run. You want to change that. I don't know why that is defaulting to position and range, but you know, but you can also change from the open. You couldn't use this in the pre-market because it hasn't open, so you'd have to do the change from the close. But I don't want to get too complicated. Okay. And in fact, that may block that from running in the pre-market. I haven't tried that because the market hasn't opened yet. AMC, not quite a lifetime low, but so it's on in the scan section. Not now on my home page, right? We're talking about my home page. So that is the link, my home page, okay? And then when you click on it, scan section. Scan section, only 3 sections, trade of the week, scan section, and education. Click here, and there they are. There are the 2 races right there at the top. Okay? Let me know if you're able to find it, okay? Okay, great. But remember, guys, you can run a race based on, you know, symbols that you want to follow. You know, you have to know how to create a watch list. And I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't run a race on 10 symbols, you know, but if you've got maybe a basket of 25 to 30 stocks that you like to follow, you can run a race on just on those stocks, on your favorite stocks, or for whatever reason, maybe they change every day. And you just want to focus on, you know, 25 or 30 stocks, you could run a race just based on that, on those stocks. Boy, this Sava looks poised again for a little jump. Look at that bottoming tail. Sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers are somewhat in control still. All right, TCRT inching its way up. Remember I was saying that because of the float, it may not be so, number one, dynamic on the upside, but also hopefully not huge rug pulls. So far so good on the TCRT. And just look left, look where it could, well, there's the next high looking left. I'm certainly not saying it's going to get up to 274, but All right, guys, so typically what I do about now is I put myself on mute, okay? I'm still here, so you can ask questions. I'll hop back on the mic. Of course, I'll hop back on the mic if I see something might be interesting, but otherwise I'll just keep myself on mute unless there are some questions. Don't be shy. So Teddy, this is one you could use. Okay, biggest losers percent. The thing is, I would probably make some changes to it. I like the change from the open as opposed to the close. So first of all, Teddy, can you hear me? Because you can go to the biggest, the going down channel, and there it is, the biggest losers today. Okay, as an example. And then this is the sort of thing I would do. I would, okay. So if you go to our, if you click on new, so if you click on new from a toolbar, just let this close. Okay, so click on new from the toolbar, and then dock channel bar. Click on the show more, and then scroll down until you see the going down channel. Okay, and this is biggest loser. Now this is what, but I would change it. Biggest losers today percent, and it's based on the change from the close. As you know, I like the change from the open. So this is what I would do, and I'll give it to you. Okay, this is a canned one, but right click, and I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, now I'm going to hit that the square, so now I can take a look at the race setup. Yeah, so I have to add the column. So what I have to do now, oh, did I already close it? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna have to open the top list, okay? Open the top list. And then I have to add that change from the open as a column. Now the other things, let's take a look at what it's looking for. Configure, right click configure. So you might want to say, well, that volume is way too low. That's what I did, okay? That's what I did for my two races, because I upped it from, I think that is what they did. They created it for 20,000. So I upped it to 200,000, as an example. So I'll just do that. And again, this is all customizable. I don't know, but might want to put a maximum $100. I don't know. Okay. Now it's 2% down from the close, but now I also want to add. Spell that wrong. Change from the open as a column. Okay, percent as a column, show the column. Okay, so now here's the top list as I would configure it anyway. And then you run the race from it. Right click, launch the race. And then I'm going to click on the square. So now I can adjust it, show the race setup. So what it's done is it's taken 4 minutes because that is my sort of default, okay? But yours would probably say 10. I don't know what yours is say, but you can choose the how many minutes you want the race to run, change from the open, and then in this sort on, make sure it's on delta. Okay. And then if you want, you can either auto start it right when you open trade ideas, it'll start, or you can auto start at a time. I've got it here at 9:30 as an example, but completely up to you, of course. So if I like the way this is right now, then I just say, okay. Then I can give it to you. But as always, you can make adjustments. And all you have to do is open the top list, right click, open the top list, and then just make the adjustments as you see fit. A different price range, volume, whatever. I mean, that's up to you. All right. Well, as advertised, TCRT is not incredibly dynamic, but it's also no big rug pull so far. All right, guys, I'll put myself back on mute. All right, so SX, you can find it right here. If you click on new, just give me one moment, please. Okay, so if you click from our toolbar, click on new, and then click on docked channel bar, and then scroll down where it says show more, and then now where it says going down, okay? And here it is. Here's that race. But again, I took it and I adjusted it. But I can't make you can adjust it to where, the type of range you want, the price range, minimum volume, all that sort of things. But this is where it is. Okay. And if you want exactly how I changed it, these are the changes that I made. Okay. Increase the volume and stuff like that. Put a different price range. I also made the raise based on the change from the open as opposed from the close. These are all things that I like to do, of course. You don't have to do the same thing. All right, LI at the end of the day, guys. LI starting to move here. Just made a new high, I guess. No, I'm wrong. Yeah, it did make a new high for the day. LI made a new high for the day. There is the pre-market high. No, I'm sorry. That is the opening 15-minute candle. I'm sorry. So that is actually the high for the day, 27.12. All right, guys, I'm out of the TCRT. Okay, made a little bit, nothing spectacular, but was worth the effort. Mine, well, there is some volume coming in, no question about it. But this has been a big disappointment for many at Trade Ideas who took this trade. So remember now, this is a 591. What is it now? 591. So this is still a 39-cent stock. They did a 1 for 15 reverse split. So again, putting in its perspective, this is still a 39-cent stock. I mean, this was really pumped here, guys. If you don't know this, a little bit of the story of this, what happened here is that a story came out that some kid, a 20-year-old kid who made $100 million in Best Buy, he started with 20 million. Okay, that's the story. Made 100 million, and then he turned his attention to this one, MNMD, with his father, and this pumped this up to 20. And again, this got up to about $1.60, I think, before the 1 for 15 reverse split. But after that, look what it did. So, like, I don't know who Freeman Capital is, but they're trying to pump this. All right, guys, back on mute. All right, so let me try to explain it again. Depends on when you open it, okay? I mean, don't confuse the open. Yeah, I have it set to start running at 9:30, okay? If you open it at 10 o'clock, that's when your races will start. So in other words, for me, I would already have had 7 races, right? In half an hour. So I could have, so I will already have 7 different, well, not necessarily different winners, but I'll have 7 winners in the first half hour. And they could be different from when you start at 10 o'clock. It's not from the open, it's from when you open it. When you open it, okay? It's when you, I think you're confusing the change from the open. It's the change from when you, I have explained this incorrectly, okay? The races are every 4 minutes. So there's going to be a new race starting in 5 seconds, okay? So from when this race opens, nothing to do from the open of the market. When this race opens, and it's just opening now, whatever stock wins in this next 4 minutes will be the winner, okay? So it's the change from the open when the race started, not the the. In fact, it's probably, I shouldn't even call it the change from the open. It's whatever stock is moving the most, okay, that meets all the filter requirements, you'll see it start moving to the top of the leaderboard. We call it the open. I mean, when this race started, okay, what stock is moving the most? Change from the beginning of the race. Yes, thank you. Okay, it's the change from the beginning of the race. So it's not, we're not talking about the change from the open, like 9:30 is the open, but it's the change from the beginning of the race. Okay. So, I mean, if you open this exactly at 9:30, if you loaded trade ideas at say 9:25 and have these both, you should see exactly the same symbols because this race starts at 9:30 when the market opens. What does that even mean anymore? I mean, the market's been open for 4 hours really, but we're still stuck in describing 9:30 being the opening of the market. But yeah, exactly what, as Pepe explained it. Change from the beginning of the race. What has changed the most since the beginning of the race? Okay. And if I stop this race right now, or do a setup change and all that, all these will disappear. Okay. That's why I don't like, that's why, even though my system was starting to slow down, I was getting the fan. I didn't want to, but it wasn't blocking me from loading symbols, okay, in the chart, like it was on Friday. Because if I did a reboot, then my race starts right from scratch again, and I have to build a brand new top 10 list will be built. I don't want that. I want to see the top 10 list from 9:30 to 4. And then I can take these symbols and maybe watch them tomorrow, some of them tomorrow. Click on them. What is it? What are they doing? Are they near the high of the day? If they are, where could they keep running tomorrow? Before it hits resistance, things like that. I mean, this is, I guess we'll call this a hurricane stock. So, unfortunately, if, more bad news hits, traders will look at this. Okay, Pioneer Power Solutions, I guess I don't know what they do exactly, but designs and manufactures electrical equipment. Okay. So, anything to do with electricity, not anything, but this particular one, it's being labeled a hurricane stock right now. Okay, guys, Crystal is going to be in our YouTube room very soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. There he is.
Here I am.
There he is. Jeez. Just give me a moment, Chris, as I
Got
put
it.
the YouTube link in so that everybody can go over and listen to you.
Come one, come all.
Come one, come all. Yes. Okay, I've done that. So if you want to take over now, or if you want to wait
I'm
another
ready.
4 minutes, that's fine.
Nope, I'm good to go.
All
And
right.
you're good to go.
Thank you.
You got it, my friend. Get those last of your bike days in
Yes.
before it's all
Yeah.
over.
Exactly. Beautiful day. So yes, thank you. Okay, guys,
Excellent.
I'm out of here.
I'll talk to you later, Barry. Take
Okay,
care.
guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now. Whoop, I better mute myself. There we go.
All right, everybody. I'm back, as the saying goes. Guess who's back? Yeah, a lot of the same from a couple of hours ago when I parted ways with you folks. I think we had the spy when I was leaving, trying to put in some green candles, right? No, we didn't. Nope, it was moving sideways after a little bit more of a sell-off. Mostly moving sideways, put in a couple of green candles, a couple of red candles. So really not a whole lot else to comment on there. We're going to close down on the day, it looks like. I mean, I can't imagine we get a big reversal in the markets at this point. But, hey, anything's possible. As far as tradable ideas coming through, PPSI made a bit of a shock move here. I took a fast one on it here. I grabbed it. Let's see. I saw it coming through on this one here, so I grabbed it. Actually grabbed it on a little bit of this wick here, it must have been. I was looking at a 5-minute chart too on it. So yeah, I grabbed it in here around 225, and I made this little march up. So I grabbed it about 267, 268 is where I got to fill. 368, excuse me, 368. And made this move up here and this move here. And when it started to come back down, I closed it right away, 383. So I just took a little small ride on that. It was a little bit of a shocker because I had won some early races here, back in here. And then this chart just looked like, that was it. Like it was ready to head right back down to $2. But it perked up with a little bit of volume in here. So I said, you know what? We're going to take a shot at it. Yes, I did notice that too. TCRT did take a little bit of a run there as well. Just grinding up slowly. I mean, okay, good liquidity, volume, nothing crazy, but it seemed to work out, and it had a little bit of increasing volume while it did that. So just to go show you how volume plays a role in all this stuff, and you don't want to ignore that. Take the flip side. I something. What was it? IMPX. You had this one real big candle that made this move here. This move was on a smaller volume candle here, and then just flat gave it right out. So just showing you, how important that stuff is, or at least for me, anyways. And that's really the only new thing to comment on, I think, at this point. I don't think there's really anything else, right? Everything else is like small, negligible moves that didn't really equal anything. So yeah, sorry, I was just looking around to see if anything else here that I could point to that would make sense. But that's really it. Oh, this was interesting. We talked about ADTX, and I said, we're talking about pullback plays. And I said, could you try to play a pullback play here? I guess so, but where's the pullback for the entry, We can move these things around. And, this thing made a little bit of a move, but it was still an ugly looking chart. And, made this move up here like it wanted a little bit. Flat out gave it up right away again. So, again, just a lot of caution to the wind. That's all. A lot of caution to the wind. Sorry, just responding in a message here. So, all right, yeah, interesting stuff anyways, nonetheless. I was in a chat for a few minutes with Steve and Andy. Andy was going over, had been looking at some China stocks. I didn't realize that there were two of the only things that were green at the time on my sector list, up from the close, but they were down from the open. Looks like they've bounced a little bit more again here. So they're flat now, more or less from the open. Just saw UNG, natural gas. It's gone green on the day. I think, energy is in big trouble with governments continuing to talk about how they're going to fix it. We know how well governments fix things, so a bit of a bummer for our energy friends. Because unfortunately, energy prices will remain high, but there will be few and far in between investable stocks. At least as far as energy goes. LVTX, another good example of being patient and watching. This thing has made a couple of moves where it looked like it was ready to go. Imagine being in that candle. Imagine buying this breakout here, and you're up for about 3 seconds, and then you're down about 70, 80 cents about a minute later. This is the stuff that you got to be ultra careful with here. A lot of head fakes, a lot of unscrupulous individuals. They're going to be trying to move things like this with low floats and tricking people right into them. So, make of it what you will. It's the market we have, not the market we want when it comes to a lot of that garbage. And again, if anybody's got questions, so especially software questions, let me know. That's what I'm here for. I really, there's not really much else for me to comment on here. SHPH, we were looking at that fell apart completely. What else? MLCO, we talked about this earlier, how it made the early move, and it's just kind of floated around here, never really did anything again. Let's see, is there anything else really newsworthy? ISPC was a up gapper and just really gave it up all day long. INVT, much of the same. Or sorry, NVTA. Looking at too many symbols at once here. Much of the same. Lots of liquidity on this thing, but no real volume as compared to historical reference there. Do we think the market follows more horizontal lines or more diagonal trend lines? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, market follows trends. Right now, the trend overall is lower. Depending on how you're looking at that data, will how it kind of appeared to you, really. But if we were to put up, let me see here. We were to do a line chart here. Let's get rid of the comparison charts. If we put up a SPY chart, we can see clearly defined trends here. We got the COVID crash, but then look at that long-term trend. Now if we draw a trend line this way, look at the trend that we have this way right now, right? So I think horizontal would mean sideways markets, and markets, while they can move sideways, the trend can be sideways. Generally speaking, you're going to find more trend lines. And we can also put this out at a weekly instead. Again, on this weekly chart, we can see here very nice trend. There are periods where the market goes sideways. The market was sideways through there. The market was sideways through here. The market was sideways through here. At a sideways market, while technically that trend was still intact all through there, right? It's actually a very nice trend all through there. We've got all this that goes on. This is going to be December of 2018, right? December 2018. Before the COVID crash comes in and wrecks everything, and we kind of shot out of a cannon ridiculously. But I would say, markets trend. A cloud link to my full setup, I don't. Two of the scans that I use have a custom in them, so they won't translate well. But give me a second. I'll pull those customs out and share it with you. I just need to substitute one volume for another volume. There's really no difference, but I just, it was the way I built the original scans. So just give me a second here, and I can resave it this way. I'm going to save it. Yeah, I guess I'll save it as a layout. Save entire layout, Chris. Layout 926, right? Yep, 26. 2022, save and share. Copy. There you go, Nicole. So that's the layout you're looking at there. And that should be completely usable now. There's no real customs there. The only spot you'll run into customs is my single stock window. You can just eliminate those from there. And again, just in case for anybody, customs, there's no code compiler. It's just there are filters that are not defaulted to top list because of timing, because top lists refresh every 30 seconds. So 1 minute filters don't exist within top list, but since the code exists within the system, you can put it in kind of a second time, if you will, to do that. But you're not, it doesn't change or really miss anything that way. Does the dollar look overextended to me? I'm not. I don't really do much with the volume. Oops, sorry, UUP, right? I mean, yeah. Does it look overextended? Sure, but that doesn't mean it's coming back down. It might just go this way for a little bit before moving back up this way again. Bring me right back to the SPY chart. Let's go back to a daily chart. I like this line chart to show this. And this SPY here looked, it looked overextended here. We got a pullback, right? And what a move that was, right? Went sideways for a minute and just continued. We got a pullback and then continued before that was, the grand top. But I mean, it was overextended here. If, you talk to anybody, watching what the Fed had been doing and pumping, essentially pumping the market or holding the market up, whatever it was doing, it was no less extended here and here. So, look, we're talking over a year, a year plus of being overextended for the SPY. So there's no reason the dollar can't do the exact same thing. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying, keep in mind how easy it is for things to stay overextended. Things can stay overextended much longer than you can stay liquid. And yeah, SPY's looking real not healthy right now. And these closing candles coming up. You are welcome, Nicole. I'll say, today was one of the more lackluster days from the scan. However, I mean, PPSI comes through and presents a pretty good end of the day trade right now going on. Not crazy about those shadows, but all the same, off this move here, it was coming in through here is where I got the second set of race alerts from it. And off this move here, you're still sitting above water even there. Even if you're at the top of this candle, you're sitting above water the whole time. But, you got a lot of inverse stuff. I lost my early data on this because of crashing, so unfortunately I don't have a great sample from the earlier day. I wasn't, IMPX, I don't know. Was that tradable? I guess, kind of. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Off this 10 break, yeah, it was okay. Not great. Not great. It was there. It was okay. I mean, that was, never really tradable. No, I mean, it's a $2 stock and it moved, off this move. Yeah, it moved 20. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's not bad. That's better than it looked, actually, to me. That's all right. So still put out a couple of okay ideas on the day here. I got so busy filing bug reports that I didn't see that at all. This is no. This is just a no. Just a no. That's not anything there. So again, any questions, please fire those away for me. Beat. Steve was just talking about that. I didn't have a price alert for it, but what a move. Wow, this was on my early races too. Now it hasn't won enough races later in the day, or hadn't. We got it right here though. There we go. So it still ends up with a few tradable ideas here today. Not too shabby, to say the least. Just a shame because all this got thrown out of whack when I crashed. So I'm trying to figure here, but I just can't. Everything, all the timing got screwed up on those top lists, and nothing started in sync after that. All right, yeah, that's, like I said, coming into the close here. We're at 3:48, so we got just about 12 minutes here. Sorry, I've now got the song, we've got the beat stuck in my head. Not a bad move. So still comes through at the end of the day here. Still comes through. PPSI, what a move. Wow, I wish I'd held a little bit. But like I said, I'm up a little bit in something these days. I'm closing it pretty quick. Can't argue that. You can't, But, look at this here. Maybe setting up into something in the coming days. Because this is doing some pretty good volume and liquidity. There's the volume. There's our liquidity. This thing keeps going to highlighter on me. So that's pretty solid right there. Not much of a short float or growth, so there's no story there. I'm not thinking this is some kind of swing trade or anything. I'm just saying this might have, a couple of other tradable days in it, but we go back, and again, this looks like a day trading vehicle to me with this kind of nonsense that's gone on, and then a move down like this. So I'm not saying there's no investable thesis here. What I am saying, though, is if there is one, I'm not looking for it, and I'm not doing the research for it. So, like everything else, I'm just looking at day trades right now. Just looking at day trading. Perhaps in 3 to 6 months, I start to look at longer term things again and see where the market goes and what it gives us. But for now, a whole lot of nada. IMPX with a bit of a bounce there after that big fall. Perhaps maybe it'll have another active day tomorrow. But like I say, if it's going to have an active day tomorrow, I'll find it here. It'll be here. I'm not concerned about it any other way. Not going to track it going into the next day. The SPY continues to be weak into the close. Bring over these compare count windows. New lows. Really taking over, new highs, outside of there, really pinned down. And just match it up with this here. You can see a little bit of choppiness in those windows. We're seeing that choppiness play out right here, right now. It continues to be under pressure. Trying to hold 365. It doesn't hold 365. I think tomorrow we test the June lows. I think that's pretty clear. I don't think the market has any choice but to test them tomorrow. Let's put those back out of the way. I think we've got a clear shot on all of that and how that is playing out currently. Just scooting around some of these symbols coming through at the end of the day. DWAC. Haven't heard from that in a minute, right? So still pretty ugly looking chart on the daily chart there. I mean, very ugly looking chart. I mean, in all reality, it has support, whatever that level is. So yeah, around $10 it has support, it looks like. But having itself a day now. I think it's won a couple of races at this point. Maybe not. But I saw it won a race or two. I know it's been on here a few times. No winners. Yeah, there we go. Second place. Got some second places. Very good. So it's a hurricane play, power solutions. Interesting. Electrical equipment. Fort Lee, look at that. That's really close to me, Fort Lee. Really, really close to me. It's almost right across the river. Interesting. Well, yeah, it's a great entry right there. You know, whatever you're doing with your trade management, you know, hopefully keep at least some of that profit that you're still sitting in. But it's got an okay setup here. That's it. There's nothing else. Porch Group. I mean, no, terrible looking chart. Everything about that's terrible. AUR. Oh, here comes the SPY that just turned the buying machines on. I mean, you know, fading like that, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here comes some sizable volume in the last couple of minutes, bring us green. That's madness. What makes this market infuriating for so many people, and why I really don't have it in me to swing trade. I don't want to have my emotions played with. I don't want to have a swing of emotions. I'll bring up my evening scan here. I'll load it. It's on the screen. E9. Wow. So, all right, PPSI. So this is looking for stuff that's closing strong today and is 75% above the low of the last 20 days as well. Bank of Montreal. Interesting. Inverse ETF. Inverse. So I think we see a bit of a theme here. Two acquisition companies. Very interesting. But these things are trading huge share lots. Like this thing, look at this. You know, traded 97,000 shares right there. So it's not, you know, has no volume. Yes, it's 10.81 today, but it was all done in two candles on the open and right here, essentially. And that's it. So it kind of is what it is. Another inverse ETF popping up on there. More short. So yeah, you know, pretty much spelling it out for us. My evening scan, I mean, it runs technically all market hours. I like to use it once the market's settled to look at how things closed on it. But, you know, I'm just not really using it much these days. I go through it a little bit here and there, trying to find some gems just to, you know, to continue to stay fresh looking at charts in that mind frame. But, I mean, look, you know, the dollar, look at how the dollar's closing right now, you know. Trying to sell it off a little bit. Look at the SPY, completely inverse. Look at that, right? Completely inverse from each other right now. Look at that closing candle on the SPY. Look at this closing candle here on the dollar, right? I mean, the dollar is everything right now, right up until it isn't. So keep that in mind too. It's not like it's some secret code. You know, look, everything on here. short, with the exception you got 1, 2. This is happening because this is a currency play, I bet. Because the Canadian dollars move against the US dollar at this point. So I suspect that's playing a role on the old Bank of Montreal. My Canadian friends that I work with. But that's why I wait for the evening scan to settle, because we've seen this. This was like 4 stocks when we started. Now look at everything else that has popped up on here, right? Now, not that it's going to make much of a difference, but then there is my strong options scan in a 20-day range. This is similar to my evening scan, only this is looking at stocks. It's sorting by options to the volume today on a percent, and stocks have to be 75% above the low of their 20-day. A little more volume needs to be in this too, but look at this. The dollar again. Inverse. Las Vegas Sands. Strange. Very strange. I guess maybe all the people that were trying to day trade are moving over to that. Moving over to gambling, I guess. JDST, you got your more pain for the precious metals. I mean, this is bad. Inverse. Dog and food man. Yeah, okay. Inverse. Saba, Barry was talking about that. So it's, more of there's a bit of a story there. But, I mean, that rounded bottom, if we can get through that, right? If we can really hold this, it could, in theory, get up around this level, right? In theory, it could. But again, when you've got 5 inverse ETFs and then 1 stock, and then back to, the inverse side or the short side of things, and again, more, I think this is a buyout or something's going on there, I'd have to imagine. Ultra short Europe. There's nothing there. It's a weak, terrible chart. More inverse. Just news and pump and dump crap. More inverse. More. I'm guessing some kind of buyout or something. Back to the inverse. Inverse. All inverse stuff, essentially. So that's your market in a nutshell, folks. All right, we just closed about 40 seconds ago or so. That's really it. I'm grasping at straws here for content with you folks right now. LVTX, again, just a lot of noise. We'll see. Maybe it's active tomorrow and it can make it up to the $7 range. Again, look at this chart. Not exactly something to write home about. But, put an anchor view op here. And look at that. Where that anchor view op is rolling to. So maybe it can get itself drifting up in I don't know. I'm just trying to find anything positive at this point. PPSI closed nice. Nice strong close for that. This closed weak. This closed flat, but weak. This actually closed strong, but again, what are we looking at? What are we doing here, $7 move from this time, nearly this time last year to down here. So it's not exactly a dynamic stock. I've got a good size float. I think there's probably a lot of speculation in the stock or something, whatever they're doing with that SPAC. This thing, can't really leave this area behind, it seems. Again, just a pump. I think Barry said something about they got some contract for some money or something. Maybe that was someone else. No, I think that was someone else that Barry said that about. I can't remember. And that's really it. Not a whole lot for me to talk about here. Guess we can get rid of these. This is settled here now, and you got Bank of Montreal is leading the pack. I mean, really nothing else there. Yeah, what else? That's it. That's really all I got, folks. I look at K-Web again. Again, I think that's going to want those lows from March. FXI, I think, is no different. I think FXI does it sooner. I don't know what to say about UNG. I really thought we were going to take that out again when we made this bounce. I feel like being below that area is pretty bearish as far as this chart goes. It's not to say our energy prices are coming down by any stretch of any imagination. And everything else on here is just really ugly at this point. Oops. The tan solars had been holding up so well, and they just really given up. I hadn't looked at them in a few days. Wow, giving it up quick like that. So that's your bear market. Came down and filled this gap because gaps like to be filled, and that looks like it's going to want this 70 level. I would say sooner than later. IVV looks like it wants back at its lows, so yeah, a little deflating. Nobody likes very few people like being in a bear market for this long, and I'm one of those few people that, or I'm not one of those few people that like it. I'm one of those people that does not like it. So, like I said, I much prefer to swing trade. All right, it's red, 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 folks. We'll get that out of the way here. SKM, are you anything into the after hours? I don't think so. That's a heck of a range there. Not sure what happened. It's not a small float either. Telecom, so communications, interesting. Nothing interesting so far. Looks like in the post market there. Well, actually, let's do this. Let's take a look. Let's bring up the docked channel bar. Let's have a look at the after hours channel, see if anything interesting is happening there. Oops, let's do this actually. Symbol linking red. No, it was just a print there. That's it. LVTX still making some noise here into the post market, actually. ON. No, nothing, just a print. AFMD, more of the same. TGTX. So no real post-market action going on here. Just relinking those. Yeah, no, Larry, 100%. I try to really find the half full glasses. There just isn't one. Without any other content to go into right now, as I always say, I never want to see anybody get hurt. There's, it's not fun. People losing their jobs or businesses going under or anything like that. But there's a lot of things that have been broken since 2008 in our financial system when they decided to not let certain things fail and let other things fail. And I think, unfortunately, if we ever want this to get back to some real kind of price discovery market, gonna have to let some stuff fail. If there's airlines that are going to go out of business, let them go out of business. The planes will still be there. The airports are still there. Someone will come in, buy it, and hopefully create some more competition among those spaces. As far as banks and things like that go, money's not going anywhere. If these banks go under, you and me and whoever else, our deposits are insured in there. Not going anywhere. Just like when, Merrill Lynch didn't go anywhere. They got bought by Bank of America, things like that. Is there pain? Is there money going to be lost for people? Of course there is, but that's the way things work. Things that don't work anymore, they go away. The infrastructure that they leave behind will be picked up by someone else and will be used. And from it, new growth will come. But as long as we continue to artificially create things or artificially keep things alive, painful moments like this will be more painful. That's all there is to it. There are a number of things that should have gone out of business, and it's tough because how do you pick winners and losers? The mom and pop stores that are selling, in town that are, your stationery store. A lot of those would have gone out of business without PPP loans and stuff like that. So it's a very difficult thing what happened here, but what continued to go on afterwards once we got through some of the thick of it, there's always going to be people that got hurt in the pandemic. The financial crisis, there's always going to be people that got hurt. Picking winners and losers causes an issue, and I think that's where we are right now, unfortunately. That looks, this continues to look more and more heavy. In fact, this looks a lot more reminiscent of something that's scary to me. This looks very reminiscent of the K-Web, actually. Go back in time. Now, the K-Web had a bit more of a spike here, I'd say. But, not too much different with that move up with the SPY did. And then, so you've got this. You just kind of keep selling off over and over again. So a little bit reminiscent of that. It's not a comfortable feeling. PED. Looks like it. No, there's nothing here. There's no real comment there. It looks like it's ready to come back down to this 70-something cents level, I would say. SPWH. No, it's looks lower still. That looks like it wants to head back down here. What was the last thing you put out? FLWS. Yeah, it looks just as terrible as the rest. Like I always say, could it bounce up here? Sure, why not? Nothing on that chart tells me it's going up, though, as far as I can tell. Okay, so that's that. That's really all I got, folks. This got to be the most blah day of my 5 years of trading. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I took a few trades today, but nothing. Didn't feel like a trading day today at all. SPY closed extra weak. Those topping shadows like that, that's bad. Close below 365. Yeah, I'd say we test tomorrow. I'd say we test this tomorrow. I don't think it's I don't think there's any way we don't test that tomorrow. So that probably means we're up tomorrow, by the way. I'm a great contrarian indicator. We have a 5-minute candle here. Just wow. Look at that 5-minute candle. That's so ridiculous. I guess, folks, well, we're at 419 and change here. And I've run out of things to say. If anybody has anything they want to look at or talk about or fire it away at me here. Do this again here with a top list window. Just trying to see if anything really was up today. That was not a inverse ETF. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. There it is. So again, you know, this thing pretty whippy, but perhaps it will be of interest tomorrow. MLCO, same thing. Perhaps it'll be of some interest tomorrow. Michael Anthony, no. I've had about almost 2 hours of not seeing any really good looking charts at this point. TCRT even gave it up into the close. PPSI, again, you know, maybe it's active tomorrow. We'll see for another day trade. Same with IMPX. Skeptical of it. GRNA. At least this has some range, so maybe tomorrow we'll have some interest. Beat, what an awful close for Beat. Wow. So again, you know, someone might argue, oh, that's a good looking chart, and look at what it did. This good looking chart, you know, made this gap up, held the gap, came right back up, tested the high of that gap up day, went through it, blew through it, came right back down to it today. Another garbage chart. Las Vegas Sands, you know, running right into its own resistance right here. I don't see any reason that gets above there. I mean, of course, they could have a news story or something that comes out and takes care of them. But I mean, you know, the trend is that way. That's a very clear trend. Win, same idea. Not as more of an orderly sell-off and win here. Just literally nothing. I mean, Sava might be one of the better looking charts that I've seen at this point, but I mean, you really want to hold that overnight? No thanks. TBLT is just a pumper's dream stock. LESL, that big gap up and just gave it up throughout the day. Again, back to the Bank of Montreal. Nope, really nothing here, folks. Eventually, we get a relief rally here. It'll be another bull run in this bear market, but I still think we got to take out the June lows a little extra before we can start to see a bit of a bounce. Nope, nothing, nada. Is the issue you're having, Robert, that you can't get this part to connect here down here? If your issue is this part not connecting down here, but you can connect up here under broker, you can do this connection, but from E-Trade, but you can't do this connection. What it means is that you have no positions in your portfolio, and E-Trade made some update to their API, their first update in like 12 years to their API, that caused an issue. So if you just upgrade to our latest beta, if you head to the download page and you download and install the latest beta that we have, you got to scroll way past the production version. You'll be able to load that, or you can just buy one share of like a 1 cent stock, and then you'll be able to load it. But either way, I'd I'd recommend being on the latest beta anyways. But I believe that's where your issue is going to stem from, if I'm understanding correct. If not, then give me an email here at cpport@trade. support@trade-ideas.com, and we can take a look on our end at some things and do some other troubleshooting questions. Was I hitting the right button there, Robert, for you, or hitting the actual issue? And sorry, I don't know how I missed your comment before when I came in. I apologize. It took me a moment to circle around to you. I don't know why I didn't see it. But if you go to Robert, if you go to our download page. Go to our download page, and you're going to see TI Pro AI Beta. Do the beta, all right? And that's version 5.6.9, and download and install that. And that should rectify what you've got going on there. And all these things are usually in our release notes on the page as well. Yeah, here we go. Additional workflow to change around E-Trade's breaking change to position. So it's right here. All right, perfect. And Robert, just if you throw us an email too, just in case, like I said, let me get that email address again, SUPPORT at trade-ideas, ideas.com. And if that's not the solve, if that does not solve it, there's some other things we could try to look at it on the back end there when you send that in that email. That'll do that. So, all right, folks, that's gonna do it for me today. Lackluster turnaround Tuesday. We could sure use one, right? Unfortunately, I do think June lows got to get taken out before we can see any kind of relief bounce. And I do believe that any bounce we see will be it'll be just that, a short bounce. It won't be a full-on bounce or anything like that. So, there's still plenty of idea generation out there, but just got to be a little more picky, a little more patient, and you got to really take those profits when they're there. It's a really big deal right now. Really big deal right now, I think. So, everybody, that's a wrap for me today. I do appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions, as I always do. Barry will have this stream open at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Michael, I do believe, will be here tomorrow at noon Eastern. If not, I'll fill in for him tomorrow. They just had that hurricane blow through the area that he lives in, so he thinks they'll have power back. If not, you get a double dose of me again tomorrow, because I will be back at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow, regardless of any of that. So thank you all kindly again, and you all have a wonderful rest of your Monday wherever you are in the spinning globe we call Earth. Adios, everyone.